Making sure that we're all good. You guys can hear me, right? Should be able to. Yeah. Come on. Sure that we're all good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right. Day chill. $5 is my. Here's some cash to my favorite YouTuber, Quentin Reviews. Oh. All right. Why promote Twitch if you ain't gonna use it? I do plan on using it. I plan on using it. I plan on using it. It's just the fact of like, I'm hesitant to try it out here because for some reason the encoder likes to fight like hell. Like, I mean, it just fights like a motherfucker. It's insane. But I will try it with Shota, and we will do some video react stuff. We have movies lined up that we would like to show you guys. So that'll be like unarchived streams over there where we watch movies. And I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think that'd be tons of fun. That would be very much fun. All right. Muted? Oh, thank God. They can't hear me. I tried my best to make a convincing fart noise. That was convincing, right? That was convincing, right? Tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm good. Loli just beat Disco Elysium because of you, and that ending was interesting. Which ending did you get? Because there's multiple different ones. If you got the Phasmid, congratulations. You have, in fact, beaten the game. Loli, remember Twitter banned you for offsite behavior. I think you mean Twitch, and yeah, they do. That's why I stay. It'll be a dumping ground for like, hey, let's watch this movie or something like that. I think that'd be cool. Look, chat, Loli went and shit his pants. Did you ever finish 16? Was getting a PS5 worth it? I think so. Not just because, you know, you get Final Fantasy 16, but you get basically just straight up upgrades to a lot of games. Like, I was able to play Sekiro at 60 FPS, and that was fucking good. And 16 itself was a lot of fun. I really liked it. I still am not completely, you know, sure of what they want you to think with the ending. Was it actually Joshua? Was it Clive's son who is named Joshua? We just don't know. Marsh for $5. Hear about the upcoming Walking Dead game? Unless you rewrite the first 4 seasons of the show. It looks super rough, but I hope it'll be good. Is it like another Telltale game, or is it... Or like, what is it? Because it actually does sound kind of interesting. Still laughing at that one guy on Twitter who was arguing with you for over a day. My man would not accept the L and move on. And it was all because I made a video on JSG. He was very, very mad. I made fun of a YouTuber he liked. And it's like, I wasn't even that mean to him. I was actually kind of fair because I used to like his stuff. Greg Griffin is exactly what Tara Strong did in that Uber. Yeah, Greg Griffin absolutely shat her fucking pants. For those that don't know, she tried to blacklist a kid because she claimed that he clipped her to use for an AI of Daphne from Scooby-Doo in that fucking college project he did, where it was like basically sort of a robot chicken-ish type sketch, where it's the Scooby-Doo gang in the Five Nights at Freddy's restaurant, that kind of thing. But no, he actually did not clip Greg Griffin. He clipped the original voice actors from Daphne from the fucking 1960s. So, Great Lyle. Yeah, did she, like, get married or something? Because I always know her as Greg Griffin. Like, that's why, that's literally the only way I fucking remember her. Blacklist over a parody. Yeah, she was threatening a blacklist, and then the kid got so mad that he dug through her stuff and found out that she took art from, like, Pixiv or something, or, like, Pixtagram or whatever, one of those sites, and used it as an album cover without contacting the original artists for an album she was selling. So it's like, okay, you're yelling at me for doing a non-profit, and yet here you are taking someone else's artwork for profit. And she deleted her tweet, like, calling them out, and was like, oh, no, we worked it out, everything's all good. And people are like, man, you're just a fucking asshole. He deleted those call-out tweets, unfortunately. Yeah, I understand why. He's basically just like, Jesus Christ, this is not how I wanted to start my career. And the worst part is that's going to follow him. That's going to fucking follow him. He even outright said he didn't even want to really be an animator. He wants to make films, and it's just animation was the only way he knew how to get started. This AI winning is getting bad. I think you mean whining, and yeah, it really is, because, like, everyone's saying the same thing. If they just talk to him when, like, hey, this clip is really talented, and you clearly put a lot of time and effort into this, we just don't approve of the AI, so we will come to you and offer to dub over your clip for you, so you don't have to use AI and you don't make that more common. That would have been cool. Instead, they shamed him and went like, well, you should have known some voice actors would want to work for free. And it's like, that's the number one rule. You don't fucking suggest that. You know, for exposure is a pretty good way to get a lot of people to not respond to you. You know, he's not supposed to just know that you can ask people to do shit for free, especially since he actually gave a shit about quality. You know, it was a thing he had to do with minimal resources, but he made it work with minimal resources. He's exactly what I was talking about in the Atop the Fourth Wall video, where you have filmmakers that will literally break into locations to get the shot they want. This is basically that, but he used an AI for voices. Whether or not the AI works, who knows? But the point is, he cared enough to want to emulate the 1960s voice for Daphne. He also had a Shaggy impersonator voice Shaggy, and he did a few other things. So it's this thing where he genuinely had something he wanted to do and wanted to put passion into, and he's getting shit on by people that basically said, well, why didn't you ask people to do it for free? I wouldn't have worked for you for free, but why didn't you? Because Grey Griffin could have scored major fucking points if she said, hey, we really don't like you doing AI, especially since the writer strike in Hollywood is supposedly about AI, you know, being used by corporations to fuck over actors. Let us dub over it, you know, let us help you. Let us spread this and spread the new version and show that, hey, you want actual actors that can put personality into it instead of an AI. That would have scored her major points, and everyone would have said, you know what, you're pretty cool. But she didn't. She freaked the fuck out. If I had $5,000 to blow, I would hire the animator to do a Legacy of Kain thing. That would be cool. As stated, the guy has legit talent. Johnny's using AI for their gacha game waifus, so the Terminators are coming regardless. Yeah. It's a common complaint by VAs themselves that they don't like to be paid in exposure. Exactly. The idea that, oh no, but it's okay this time. It's like, no, it wouldn't have. Everyone says the same thing. He was caught in a three-way trap. He didn't get any voice actors and kept it to his friends. Oh, well, fuck you for having this cheesy voice acting. You know, why didn't you find someone to do it? You could get any professional to do it. Get an AI to do it, they freak the fuck out and go, well, why didn't you ask around? You know, someone would have done it for free. Ask someone to do it for free. Well, fuck you for assuming someone wants to do that for free. You know, for exposure's an insult, motherfucker. How dare you not compensate? It's like, he was screwed no matter what, because animation people are fucking scum. They're genuinely pretty bad people. They're the exact kind of like scalp hunters that everyone talks about when they mean like cancel culture shit, where all they do is look for a way to fuck somebody over. It's awful. Paid in exposure, that is the dumbest shit. Literally what Hassan and other scumbags do to keep from paying people their dues. Exactly. She squandered one of the best acts of good publicity that was served on a silver platter. Moron. That's the funny part. It had nothing to do with her. She claimed that, oh, well, he clipped my voice, and people point out, no, it's the 1960s, Daphne. It wasn't you. And she was still pissy about it. It's like, and she was outright saying to blacklist him, like, keep him from being able to work with voice actors, period. Which at that point, you're getting mad at him using AI, but you're making it to where he can only use AI. March to $2. I DM'd you a link about the Walking Dead game. Check it. Okay. Because I am genuinely interested. I'm not even going to lie. Okay. To be fair, they did have Daphne credited as AI Greg Dizelle, but yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this kind of looks like a cell phone game. Not great. Miss when the internet was more creative, like when Newgrounds and others were dominant. Well, that's the thing. People also pointed this out. Shit posts on YouTube using clips of different things. You know, it's like, movie clips, video game clips, stuff like that. Decided to start playing the fucking stream on my phone, even though I already did my audio check. But it's like, people have been doing shitposts with people's voices for God knows how long. Before there was AI, people would just stitch together voice clips, you know? That's how, if anyone's aware, Jarbo the Hutt started, where he would download Mundane Matt's entire videography and then stitch it together to make songs and videos about. Liquid Richard did the exact same thing with Wings of Redemption. You know, it's it's this thing where, this practice has been going on for a while. Yeah, YouTube poops. That's another one where that was a very big genre back in the day, and that was literally just meme edits of different cartoons and stuff like that. No one bitched about it then. It's just now that voice actors are at risk of losing their job, they're freaking the fuck out, which, yeah, they have a right to be worried. It's just the fact of they're doing everything they can to piss people off. There's a big toad on my porch that refused to leave and has been listening to me play the banjo. Don't chase it away. Don't chase it away. Toads are good. Toads and frogs, they're good luck. They bring good fortune. What's your favorite Vampire Hunter D movie? I haven't watched any of them in a while, so I'm gonna have to check back through them before I give a definitive answer. I think I'll stick with the OG just to be safe, but I will watch them through again. Almost every SFM of TF2 use the in-game voices stitched together too. Exactly. It's like, this is a made-up standard made to gun after people because the community involved with this is infamous for gunning after people. It's bullshit, VAs are accelerating their own demise. There will always be a market for genuine voice acting. There will always be a market for having someone that sounds like a human. The AI shit is purely for very cheap corporations that nobody likes anyway. That's what I think. There will always be people who will go out of their way to prop up a voice actor or something like that. Because it just makes it sound better. When you have good voice acting, it's remembered. Creativity will come back when these corporations keep forcing more pirate workarounds. Exactly. Unless it's a cane toad or a Cuban frog, then it goes in the freezer, gets the shovel. What are your thoughts on Lisa the Painful? I never really got super into it. I didn't buy the hype. The best of the best will have the schedule full. Exactly. That's the thing, like, I don't know why Greg Griffin was so pissed off because, she's a multimillionaire. The amount of work she has done over the years and anime and video games, acting in movies and stuff like that, it's like, how are you this pissed at something that is this small? The guy even pointed out he had like 50 subs on YouTube. It was purely something he made for his college course, and it just blew up because A, it had a lot of talent to it, and B, people wanted to shit on him. So it's like, fuck you. Do you think they'll try to make more Legacy Arcane games by using AI to voice the dead actors? I hope not. Just get new actors. Just completely reboot it and get new actors who are also Shakespearean stage actors. Because the old voices are iconic, but we also have to accept reality. It's like a lot of them are dead. Got any theories why the VA group is the way it is, bitchy and trigger happy? They've always been like this. It's just we didn't have Twitter to see how often they're like this. Do you know that Suda51 directed a Blood Plus game hasn't been translated because the dialogue has so much Ashi art in it? That could actually be really interesting, though. I might check that out. Thoughts on Vizzy joining on the bandwagon to shit on the guy, despite the main thing that got her popular was her animating a Kesha song 1-to-1 without her permission. Yep. That's another case of, hey, don't throw stones at a glass house. And she herself is eaten alive by this mob every single fucking day, so you think she'd have more sympathy. Do you like Mori? She's not really my favorite of the Hololive people. My favorite was the Australian. I miss Sana. But, it is what it is. I'm running out of it. It's what it is, bros. Twitter's the reason people now know Amanda Wen Lee is fucking psychotic. Oh, yeah. And it's funny because everyone only remembers her as Yukiko from P4. So finding out, like, some of it is funny, where it's like, oh, she runs a YouTube channel where she reviews weed. It's like, oh, that's kind of funny. Then you find out, like, oh, no, she's an actual shrill harpy. It's like, oh, God. Is Mume AW? I do like Mume. Saw that person who was trashing Judy Garland for doing blackface. Yeah, and then people point out, she was, like, actually forced to do it, right? Like, she didn't want to and was actually pretty involved with the civil rights movement. They're like, well, it doesn't matter. It's like, oh, okay. I see how it is. It's called Blood Plus One Night Kiss for the PS2. I will check that out. Have you tried Dark and Darker again recently? Developers are selling it straight from their website now. I don't know. I'll have to give it some time. Her Ikyo voice is extremely fitting and good, which is the worst part. She actually has acting chops. Yeah. I mean, they're not talentless people. It's just the fact of, I think that gives them an ego where they feel the need to just shit on people, and it's not right. To clarify, I meant creative as in less people scalp hunting and making things strictly for money and clout, more making things just for fun, like that Scooby-Doo animation. I forgot what the original context was for that statement. Eh. I'm looking through. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of people that just made shit just for fun. I mean, that's how you had the beginnings of, funny enough, Ego Raptor before he went fucking insane. Zach from, Oni Plays. Who else? Spaz Kid, he was pretty famous back in the day. I mean, there was a lot of people who just shit posted on the internet before you could even make money off it. The goth chick from Gen 3 likes Gintama, South Park, and Metalocalypse. I knew she was top tier. I knew it. I am proud of myself. I guessed right away she was top tier. Everyone was like, oh no, it's just because of the goths. Like, no, I swear, she's one of the best. And there you go. We have actual physical proof. Andrew Tater Tots for 220. Hey, Lolly, on the subject of voice actors, might have come around on Young Ya being the voice of Kiryu, since it will make people witness the majesty of Takeya Kurudo and other Japanese VAs. Also, best waifu in the Yakuza series. The fucking cop chick in 2, I forget her name. I fucking loved her. She was awesome. And then 3 comes around and she cucks Kiryu, and I'm just like, God, this physically hurts. It hurts every single time I start Yakuza 3. And she texts you at the game. It's like, hey, Kiryu, I'm having a great time in America. It's so much fun. Sayama, yes, Sayama. And then you get that text where it's like, oh, I met such a handsome American man. And then she just stops responding to you. It's like, oh. You don't play Yakuza for waifus, you play for husbandos. That is a legitimate one, yeah. Shiori and Narissa are both top tier. They're pretty good so far. Got me a Benelli M2 today. Can't wait to shoot it. That's pretty... Take care of that. I mean, that's expensive shit. Holy... I wonder what the voice actor Dagoth thinks of the Dagoth AI memes. I don't know. I mean, it can be kind of creepy hearing your own voice repeat back to you with shit you didn't say, but hopefully he takes it in good fun. Speranzil Z for $1. Lolly, I think God's put me through an anti-racism arc. My parents might adopt a black baby. Goodbye my racism towards blacks. You were a good friend. Now I can only hate the Chinese and the French. You must train the child to be racist towards others. It's weird. I've only ever heard you talk about Berserk. I talk about more things. Is Solstice it's on sale, including DLC for 30? Is it worth it? I don't know. What is the DLC? Which Yakuza game has the best final boss? Trying to think of all the ones. 4's was pretty awful. Specifically, 4 was only awful when you played as the cop dude, because his segment fucking sucked. 5? 2? Yeah, I'll give it to 2. The whole beef with Ryuji throughout the whole game, and then you fight him at the top of the tower. It's like, yeah, fuck it. Fierce Have Thick Black Q for $3. Hey, I was wondering if you could share your thoughts on the entire seasons of 13 Reasons Why, if you could provide a rewrite and fix for it. Similar to what you did for Last of Us Part 2 rewrite video. I have never seen 13 Reasons Why, so I'd have to go through the entire show before I could. But if it's like funny enough bad, I might, and just be like, listen, we can make teenagers likable, and I fail to make them likable, and we realize we wasted time. But it could be fun. If you're a minority, you can't be racist. Good thing white people know a minority in Texas. Yeah, there you go. Watch out for broom rape. Cop's name is Sayama. RGG won direct Connor as a love interest. Yeah, they kind of wussed out come 3 because they didn't want like a... I'm trying to remember the exact reason why. I think they wanted to kind of focus more on Kiryu running the orphanage and thought Sayama being a cop would get in the way of that. There was some weird reason. I don't remember. But I remember kind of reading the explanation, and it's like, really? I mean, that's kind of disappointing. And they kind of remake that with Man with No Name. They didn't know what to do. Yeah, it was something like that. Apparently her VA was a piece of shit, but I don't know if that's true. If so, that's why she ain't in 3. I don't know. Once again, that's something where we'd have to find like interviews or something like that. The VA for the cop character in Yakuza got screwed over in real life. Oh, so it might have been the opposite. It could have been she went through some shit. Okay. I'll say a hot take too. Should have been the last time we see Kiryu. Every game after should have had a new MC and cast. I can see your point. I can, because 2 is a pretty definitive ending for Kiryu. If 3 never happened, you can literally see it as a happy ending where, Haruka gets to have a mom and Kiryu gets to have a wife again and that shit. But I also really like 3, I really like 4, and I really like 5, and I really like 6. So I'd have to give up 4 games. I don't know. It ain't worth it to me. Ever heard of the writer Clark Ashton Smith? I have not. Would you trust a modern take on The Man with No Name? Depends on who does it. Quentin Tarantino, I believe he could handle it. Yakuza 5 exists, so there are no mistakes. Exactly. I think they said it was to keep Kiryu single to go to cabarets and dates. Okay, that would make sense, yeah, because Kiryu would then just up front be a piece of shit if he did all that and was dating Sayama. It's like, yeah, Kiryu's not meant to really be a piece of shit. He's meant to be a good guy, just, awkward and, not really sure what to do on occasions. Cabaret Club was my favorite. Yeah, cabaret stuff was always fun. I never understood when people... I would talk about Yakuza with people, and I'd tell them, yeah, you should check out Yakuza 0, and they're like, oh, that's the one we had to play, like, the hostess minigame, right? And they would, like, curl their nose at it. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why are you curling your nose at, like, one of the most fucking addicting minigames in the game? In my opinion, the Yakuza sequels feel like the John Wick movies. Each one can be the end of the series, but the sequels are still pretty good. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to look at it, because they are made pretty much independently. I mean... After 6, they announced Judgment, and a lot of people were legitimately convinced that that was it for Yakuza. Also, Yakuza 7, when it was fucking what's his face, new guy, yeah, that was another case where it's like, oh shit, okay, we might not see Kiryu again. Hostess clubs, really, right? It's like, people would be like, oh, man, I don't know. I don't want to play dress up. And it's like, do you have any idea what you do for the fucking 30 hours of game before you even get to that? It's like, you can deal with dress up for a little while. It's genuinely fun. Ichiban. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot his name. I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Ichiban. I genuinely like him a lot. They think it's bad time nonsense, artificially extending the game time. But with 0, it's really not. You get a lot out of the hostess shit in 0. You get a shit ton of money. I think Kiryu makes more money, but Majima unlocks more sub-story stuff, I think. There's kind of a weird trade-off where you don't get as much money from the hostesses, but you do get something in return. 7 is fun, but the games are long enough without RPG combat. I thought the RPG combat was fun. Did you see that shootout in Fargo? Which season was that? Majima gets 1 billion every stage. Okay. Money, abilities, and side stories, yeah. But Kiryu snowballs his money, yeah. Kiryu has, like, the easiest way to snowball, because Kamurocho is full of the fucking Mr. Shakedowns. So you get a payment from the real estate. You get that, like, I think it was, like, safety wallet, the one with the lock on it. Let him rob you. You still get a portion of your money. Then hunt him down, beat the shit out of him, and then you're able to, like, spiral that into pretty good profit. There were some pretty good ways to get some money in 0. Not just, like, some money, but I mean, like, shitloads of money. Like a Dragon's the only Yakuza I've played, and I think it's a masterpiece. Check out the other games. They are different, but a lot of fun. Different combat-wise. Story-wise, it's actually pretty similar. But I do like the party in 7. Like, the party in 7 legit feels like that ragtag. We barely know each other, but we're going on adventures, okay. And I like that vibe a lot. What do you think about Fargo? Just finished watching season 1. I really like it. It peaks at season 2, but I still really like the show. It was a legit police shootout in Fargo. I know I was making a joke, but it's like, was it like a gang thing? Like, what happened? Like Game B style kind of floors Mr. Shakedown. Yeah, that's why you're able to actually turn it into a tactic and you're not really scared of him. Goro Vagina Goro Majima for 220. I wonder if they'll ever make a Yakuza game based around a foreigner and the struggles of navigating the Yakuza as someone who struggles with the language. It'd also be interesting to play as someone who slowly becomes irredeemable, a la Walter White. That's never been the... If you're talking about Yakuza as a series, that's never really been the intention. The actual series has always painted a very romanticized version of the Yakuza, where you have like very honorable, noble guys who basically act as like watchdogs that police the crazier ones that want to do fucked up shit to people. You know, it's very romantic, so you wouldn't really see a Walter White arc. If you're talking about like any other type of game, I would say look at Western devs, but they hate Japan, so you wouldn't really get that either. The bank of Mr. Shakedown was testosterone crypto coin. It really was. That's the new Scott Pilgrim cartoon. From what I understand, fans of the show, like fans of the movie, are getting exactly what they want. Where like Edgar Wright's the executive producer. They're bringing the cast from the movie back to voice everybody. They have an actual anime studio animate it, which I mean, if you know anything about Scott Pilgrim, that fucking works. Do you like the police story movies? If so, which one's your favorite? Mine's New Police Story. I don't think I've seen any of those. How does Ichiban compare to OG Yakuza Pro Tag? I really liked Ichiban. Super endearing. Ichiban is more outright goofy. Kiryu is a lot more stoic. Ichiban is like the fuck up who has to become the Yakuza that he wants to be. You know, he has the whole thing where he wants to be the hero. Kiryu is already the hero. He's already like really experienced in the Yakuza world. Zero is the only time where anyone shows him outright disrespect. And that's just because he's so new. But he quickly like earns his title. Every other one, he is a fucking living legend, and people are scared shitless when he walks in the room. Yakuza game where he plays an Interpol agent would be fun. That's basically Judgment, but you're a private detective and not Interpol. But you're still fighting, Yakuza people as a cop. Can you punch balls in Yakuza? Yeah. You do a lot of heat moves that involve slamming someone's testicles and get something very hard. If you used to watch Scott Pilgrim because of tumbler poison, fair enough. Fierce Epic Black Q for $1. The scene in 13 Reasons Why where Tyler is violated by Monty, who is a gay character, was extremely brutal as they try to make a male-on-male violation scene as Tyler will hang out with his rapist sister as Monty's dead, like Hal. The outright booty warrior shit. Okay, that's pretty funny. Ivan a cop, he's a lawyer. Yeah, but he's a private detective. So it counts. Mass shooter ambushed and killed some officers, then was gunned down the remaining officer. Wow. God damn, that is something you would see in Fargo the show. Would you recommend not going to Judgment as a newbie to the series? You can check it out. I feel like Judgment is separated enough to where you can start it and play it and you won't have too many issues. It's only like exact details where you might get confused, like, all right, what's the Tomi and what's the Omi alliance? No. What is the Tojo? What is the Omi alliance? That kind of shit. But even then, it will explain a lot of that to you. Did you make a Yakuza game about Kuze? That would be fun. Give him like a spin-off, yeah. I would think the tumbler poison is similar to the Red effect, where the fandom makes the actual property look bad to all outsiders. That kind of is, yeah. That kind of is what happens. And you can't really even blame people where it's like, if I say I'm a fan of this, I have to deal with those people. And it's like, yeah. Gunman was equipped with handmade explosives, 1,800 rounds of ammunition, multiple firearms. He was on his way to downtown Fargo to commit a mass casualty event. And the guy was from Syria, an asylum seeker from 2012. Huh. Wonder what Discord server he was in. And I wonder if there was anybody wearing an FBI hat that was talking to him and saying, you gotta die for Allah. Just saying. Favorite character from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Carl. Hands down, Carl. He has some of the funniest fucking moments. Remember the zombie Yakuza game? Yeah, Dead Souls. It was fun. It was alright. I mean, it was a Yakuza game with a zombie skin on it. And they had some, like, genuinely funny moments, like Majima going on, like, a rampage, killing everything in sight because he thinks he's been bitten. And you find out he wasn't, and it's like, okay, that's pretty funny. What's going on in Maui? So there was a massive wildfire in Maui that burned down a shitload of land, killed like 100 some odd people. And people found out that there was some really fucking weird shit going on with that, where fire hydrants in the area of the fire were being shut off and people couldn't get water from them, even though firefighters were trying to put out the fire and they weren't told why. Sirens in certain areas were not activated, and the excuse was, well, they were tsunami sirens and we didn't want to confuse people, even though it's like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Then, as soon as the fire was over, major real estate companies in the area, and some of them were even, like, some of it was just outright the government, was buying up all sorts of land that was left barren after the fire. And just so you know, for years people were complaining that real estate companies were trying to pressure people into selling off their land. Fierce Apathetic Black Hue for $1. Tyler was raped by Monty with a broom in the bathroom, leading Tyler went full school shooter. I mean, yeah, he did some fucking, like, prison shit to him. Of course he was going to shoot up a school. What the hell did you think was going to happen? Oh, the first time the Majima sees a zombie, it's just like, ugh. Yeah, he was genuinely excited that he would get to kill people. You ever think Dojima fucked Adachi up the ass when they were drunk once? I don't think so. Or that Ohio or Idaho are burning bodies for energy. I hope not. And that's the kind of thing to get you a death curse. The sheriff is the same guy put in charge of the investigation of the big Vegas shooting too. Yeah, that was another thing that made people go, huh. I really enjoyed your Japan Saga video. Sugamo Park in Ikebukuro has lots of cats around. It's also where PM Tojo was hung. Oh. We didn't get to really walk around Ikebukuro too much, but that could have been cool. That could have been fun. My thing is so blatant, it's both hilarious and disgusting. Well, the funny part is seeing, like, I said it before that whenever there's weird shit like this, you see absolute bullshit theories crop up that make no fucking sense, and they're only pushed to get people to stop asking questions. Some of the obvious ones was Pizzagate. Pizzagate was the one where, hey, why are these leaked emails from politicians' laptops to each other written in code? Because it was literal code. It's like they're talking about ordering hot dogs and pizza when they're like fucking multimillionaire politicians. They wouldn't have pizza parties. They would have dinners. They would order like filet mignon or something like that. So why the fuck are they talking about, you know, cheese pizza and things like that? Which, by the way, cheese pizza is it's literally a code phrase for child porn. Shit like that. Anthony Weiner was caught trying to have sex with an underage girl, and he quickly shoveled together a documentary about himself to tell his story and paint it all as slander. It's like, no, you got caught with your pants down trying to fuck a 15-year-old. One of the guys who was also involved, that creepy fucker, I can't remember his name, the bald guy who had to speak for Hillary because she wouldn't come out and concede after 2016, literally had paintings of bound crying children in his house. There was a lot of weird shit. And then out of nowhere, it turned into, well, I think all the elites in the country are fucking children in this public pizza place in Washington, D.C. And it's like, what are you talking about? But because they focused all their efforts on that, it was very easy to sweep the rest of it away. Especially when I see all those politicians at pizza parties like the normal man. Yeah, sure. And why are you talking about which kind of pizza you'd like over email anyway? That's something you call a person for. Exactly, that's as you're ordering. That doesn't make any sense. When can we expect the City Hunter video? Oh, John Podesta. Yeah, it was Podesta, that creepy fucker. But yeah, the City Hunter video, I still need to finish Season 2 of the anime. I am like 10 episodes away from finishing that. Then I'm going to go sit through City Hunter 91, or like City Hunter 3, I think that's what it's called. Sit through that, sit through the anime after that, okay, yeah, I think it's City Hunter 3, then City Hunter 91, then watch all the movies, and then do a quick read-through of the manga, which I'm a chunk of the way through the manga anyway. I'm refreshing what I know, because as I've been going through it, I have genuinely found more to talk about, to the point of like, this might actually be kind of a longer one, just because I'm that interested to kind of break it down and be like, there's a lot of really cool aspects to City Hunter. There's a lot of really cool aspects. Like, the anime is basically just a big commercial for the manga. It's actually, if you want the primo City Hunter experience, you have to read the manga. The anime skips a lot of stuff. It's very episodic, where it's filler episode, filler episode, filler episode. A lot of them can actually repeat concepts to that point of where you start noticing it's filler. Alan Wake 2 got delayed. Oh, that's sad. But yeah, basically, the best way to put it is, it's canon until it's not, until it's canon, until it's not, until it's canon, until it's not, until it's canon, until it's not, until... It likes to dabble in canon bit by bit. And we're going to swap over real quick. It likes to dabble bit. And then basically hold off on plot points from the manga as much as possible. Lolly play Holocure as Kino as fuck. I played some of the older updates and I actually really liked them. I got pretty addicted to Vampire Survivors, so... What's the biggest disappointment about the Japan trip besides the lack of subtitles? Biggest disappointment. I think Okigahara, not being able to go to the Suicide Forest was pretty sad. But, you know, we got to go to Mount Fuji, so it wasn't too bad. Opinion on Oldboy and its various interpretations. I really like Oldboy, and I do like just kind of the one the movie gives you, where it's, you know, the entire time you thought it was Daisu getting revenge, then you find out it was this other guy getting revenge on him, and boy howdy does he fucking do it. So it's like, oh shit, he got outplayed, and it makes so many weird moments in the movie make sense, where it's like, oh, of course he would do that, because he was literally hypnotized to think it was a good idea. It's like, man, that's pretty fucking, like, in-depth evil. It's canon when they say it's canon. Well, it's more the fact of, like... trying to find the way to describe it. So, the very beginning of the anime, first 2-3 episodes, it's just straight up an adaptation of the manga. Did you see Pippa's Honey Pop stream? Yeah. Yeah, she should have watched her censors. That was funny. Mark keeps taking $5. Hey Lolly, excited for Blasphemous 2, aka better Netflix Castlevania. I love the weird esoteric stuff it references in the game. I need to sit down and finish 1. I started 1, but I got like barely into it. We gotta use our emotes. That's on Fallout 3. I like Fallout 3. Fuck the people that are like, oh, it's so bad though. It's like, it's not even that fucking bad. It's, if you liked Oblivion, you'll like Fallout 3, and I liked Oblivion. So, there you go. I hate the fact the villain in Oldboy is too OP. It's the same reason why I hate 7. I wouldn't really say he's too OP. It's just the fact that you don't really see him coming. Where it's like, oh shit, you know, it plays against, you know, not to be like most subversion, but it is unironically a subversion where you're so used to, okay, he'll go up in the big tower and kill the bad guy, then you find out, no, that wasn't what you thought at all. So Irishman is going through Gintama. I think I talked about it. And he just got to the Benzakura arc, which is the smart sword that makes you kill and drives you insane. And it was all made by a swordsmith who wanted to create the perfect sword and create the perfect weapon because he resents Amanto and all that. And this is just all Irishman texted me. That swordsmith's a fucking retard. Fierce apathetic Black Hue for the Snow White actress roasts the prince being stalkerish, but Peter gets all offended and bans dwarf actors from playing the roles. Hilariously absurd. Looks like Snow Brown, the 7 people, bro. Yeah, apparently Disney execs are even outright fucking like telling her to shut up because she keeps making it worse. The arc is when Gintama is really good. I kind of view that as one of the weaker serious arcs. To me, it starts getting really good around when Sogo's sister shows up. When you find out why he hates Hijikata. That, to me, is when it actually gets, like, emotional. Where it's like, oh, fuck. Because that doesn't have a happy ending. I like New Vegas more. The gameplay wasn't clunky as shit. You can fix a lot of it, though. Only reason why people hate Fallout 3 is because appearance of Super Mutants and Brotherhood of Steel. They do give good reasons why they're there, but the OG ending was complete bullshit in my mind. The whole thing with, I think his name is Fox, not wanting to go into the radiation chamber, that was blatantly an oversight, where it's like, yeah, man, fucking fix that. It's like, yeah, that's bullshit. Come on, fix that. That's stupid. But to me, everything else in the game is so much fun. I don't really care. A lot of RPGs have weak endings. I have to congratulate Irishman for getting through the first serious arc. They do fix that in Broken Steel. Yeah, they do. They do acknowledge that, but the fact you have to get an expansion to cover up a plot hole, it's like, I do understand why that pisses people off. As stated, I don't really care, because, I mean, you know, I can play every other quest in the game and have more fun, so it's like, you know. That's on Prey 2017. I liked it a lot. I actually thought it was a lot of fun. It did, in fact, need to be called Psycho Shock, though. It's like, calling it Prey brought back a lot of bitter memories to people. Karen, the robot dudes. Yeah. That was pretty sad. Finding out what happened to his son, it's like, yeah. Did you watch Guts lose Dimitri in Death Battle? I call bullshit. Yeah. And once again, it's Death Battle being like, nah, that's just flat out not how that would go. Well, I forgot to tell you, went to my first con a couple days ago. Didn't cosplay because of short notice. Got to hang out with my friends for They Leave Forever. Also, my autism increased. That's nice. I went to like one or two like con stuff, but it was mainly like Fandom Fest in Louisville, and then I went to one in Bowling Green with a buddy of my dad's, and it was like a horror thing, and that was fun. He was shopping around for a legit Chucky doll, like one that could have actually been used on set. And that was cool. Now we go back to... Death Battle is bullshit. Been saying it since Dante vs. Bayonetta fight. Dante vs. Bayonetta I was actually okay with, because, I mean, Dante is just straight up immortal. But yeah, there's a lot of other ones where I'm like, nah, that ain't how it is. I had in Fallout 3, after you save the vault, everyone's ungrateful dickheads, except for the tunnel snakes and a couple of security guards. Well, that's the thing. 3 actually had some, like, interesting, subversions to quests. Like, if you allow the ghouls into Tenpenny Towers, even though it marks it as a moral good, you can come back later and they murdered everyone in the tower. So it's like, is that really good, though? It's like, yeah, there were a bunch of elitist dicks, but, like, there were children there, too. Alucard Death Battle was so dumb, we were just ignoring this nigga couldn't die. Also to Dio. Yeah, I mean, Dio was a vampire, but he had no idea what he was doing. It's like, yeah, he could stop time, but Alucard is literally Dracula. And, like, godlike power Dracula. With the specific rule of only a man can defeat me. And Dio is not a man. He forsake his humanity. His own words. So, a lot of shit like that where it's like you're scratching some bad territory there. Scratching some bad territory there, champ. You're pissing me off there, champ. But enough of some of the death battles, not even canon shit. If you take away Batman's one rule, then he changes his entire moveset and gear to reflect a change. Yeah, they do this thing where they get super, like, autistic about details until they don't, until they do. And it makes some fights really fucking weird. Was it Dio with Joseph's blood? Yeah, I think it was part 3 Dio. So you can count it as that, yeah. Children were clearly evil, the game told you so. They're still kids. The only piss off in 3 is when you go, hey, you're immune to radiation, press that button only to be told essentially go fuck yourself because you're destiny. Yeah. Which, once again, I repeat, tons of RPGs have had very underwhelming endings, so I can't really shit on it for that. Okay, so this is how Irishman... this is how Irishman has rated the Ben Sekiro arc. It is official statement by Irishman. So, it was in a direction I liked, but not enough in that direction for it to be over the top amazing. Which I will respond with, good, because that's the weakest one. There we go. He is now on the journey. Underrated RPG, Mystic Quest, bruh. When's the Gundam level? That should be like endgame. Remember when you nuke a city and maxed out your good karma by giving a hobo a shit ton of water bottles? And he was right outside the city too. Hairstyle is nice, outfit sucks. Are you talking about Minfilia? Don't worry, she doesn't stay very long. What'd you say is your favorite Fallout quest or moment? Nuking Megaton is pretty iconic. I mean, it's pretty iconic. I'm at the point where I find killing a fully human villain more interesting than a god, to be honest. If you can sell me on the evil god thing, I will always like it. But, you know, yeah, having like just a genuinely competent human bad guy, that's just always good too. So yeah, this is how Irishman has described the Ben Sekiro arc. Big bad man kills friend, in quotes, kills friend off screen, now you go get revenge. Yeah, I can see that. That's me in response saying it is the weakest serious arc. When he gets to Sogo's sister, the Night King, when he gets to the Night King, okay, I will reiterate my stance. Gintama gets fucking amazing when you get to the Night King and Yoshiwara. When you get to Tsukuyo and Mugen in that is when it gets really fucking good. I will even tell him this. It's like, yeah, when you get to the Night King, shit gets Kino fast. How well do you think Starfield's going to review? It is a big AAA, so I don't think less than 7. Unless they just absolutely shit their fucking pants on release. Which is always a possibility. It is Bethesda. Antagonist of Dragon Age 2 is just angry rocks. Yeah, it's just like... It's like evil mithril or something like that. It's like evil magic. And it just corrupts people into being evil. Alright. I have to clarify because he's asking about the White Knight, White Demon thing. Alright. I'm walking Irishman through Gintama. We have to introduce him. Wrong, it gets good the moment Katsura gets introduced. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. But Irishman wants the serious stuff. He's like, I had my fill of goof, now I want serious. And it's like, okay, the serious stuff is really good, but you earn it through the goofy. You earn it through watching Katsura, shill the greatest terrorist organization history has ever seen. The Joy Rebels. Because joining up with the Joy Rebels is a joy. Gintama's good when Gitoki fucks someone or gets raped. Which does happen a lot. I mean, canonically, he's had sex with old ladies and dudes twice. So the one thing in Gintama I've seen is Utsuro. Utsuro is interesting. But he is a major fucking spoiler. Like, major fucking spoiler. Just know that he is the main bad guy. Were you a fan of Transformers? If so, favorite series? I was, but in the sense of, like, I liked big robots. I didn't think about the larger series at all. I liked the Michael Bay movies, and that was it. But some of you are probably like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I was like 9, okay? All the goof is necessary. All of it. You're right. You are right. Because it is still the anime that has made me laugh so fucking hard I've actually started crying. And it's amazing. Get ready for a lot of Zoomers getting autistic about Mushoku Tensei. I already saw that. They're bitching about the slavery. Where I'm just like, hey, at least he acknowledges I'm one guy in this world. What can I fucking do? It's like, yeah, it's a lot harder to stop slavery than just beating up slave guys. Wait, the MC raped a guy? It is from the greatest fucking arc in the series, which is one of my favorites. Basically, Gintoki gets super fucking drunk one night and steps outside with, like, every female character that he's friends with. I think the only exception is... No, I think it's even Kagura, too, because they make a joke he's going to go to prison. But he's led to believe that he had sex with everybody. So he tries to date them all at the same time because he feels bad and wants to, like, you know, not be a piece of shit. Very end, he discovers that they were all fucking with him because they were tired of him getting drunk all the time and annoying everybody. So they want to fuck with him in a way to where he would never want to drink again. But then he finds out that the only person he actually did fuck was a homeless guy he's friends with called Madao. Because Madao was legit traumatized by it and is drinking at a bar. And Gintoki thinks he's in on it. It's like, oh, you wanna like pull one on me too? And he goes, no, you didn't pull anything. You bent me over. And so he just runs to the nearest bar and gets shit-faced, blackout drunk to forget. Gintama opening for that arc foreshadowed Gintoki sleeping on those women. Yeah, the opening involves a lot of fun details and stuff like that. Yeah, and I have to clarify to Irishman that Gintoki being called the White Demon is actually kind of important. Favorite Final Fantasy? I really like Tactics. That'd be a fun one to stream. Man, I feel like I missed out on Gintama when it's airing. Well, just so you know, it ended. You can watch the entire anime, and you can watch the final movie. And it covers a lot of the manga. I mean, if you want to read everything, read the manga, because that has a shitload of stuff. The anime covered most about all of it. I don't know if it covered everything, but it covered a lot. Your keyboard, mechanical or membrane? It's mechanical. You can hear it. What's the anime called? Go and check it out. Gintama. It is the funniest fucking thing I've watched, anime-wise. Shit, man, I would have done the same. I remember waking up with a hangover once and thought me and my buddy sucked each other's dicks, grabbed my vodka. Yeah, it's one of my favorite arcs. It's funny as fuck. Mainly because, like, I have a headcanon to one of them where... So... There's a character in the series called Tsukuyo. Tsukuyo is a prostitute / enforcer to Yoshiwara, which is like the red light district. At first under control of the Night King, who's the piece of shit who enslaved everybody. Then they kill him and they take over, and it's now an independent state run by the prostitutes. Funnier than Gray and Teacher Onizuka. Just out of sheer variety of humor alone, I will give it to Gintama. It has so much. But yeah, Great Teacher Onizuka is pretty fucking funny too. But basically, you get to Tsukuyo. She is an enforcer for Yoshiwara. Personal best girl in the series. Smoking hot, great design, and great personality. Where she is very aware of what she is and is in that kind of rough Kanzai dialect and is just like a big thug that beats the shit out of Gintoki. It's great. But there is a detail with her where anytime she gets drunk, she is like the worst drunk ever. She is super violent and mean and beats the shit out of people. So when Gintoki takes her outside, they make a detail where anytime he took someone outside, he would be all happy and smiley. but they would be like kind of like annoyed or angry with him. She's the only one where it's the opposite, where she's the one with like a bottle of booze in her hand, like big smile on her face, and Gintoki has like ripped up clothes, and he's literally like crying, trying to like hold back his tears. So I'm thinking like, okay, she might have actually raped him. Because they do establish, yeah, Sakuyo is in love with him. Like, she's like she's like the only canon love interest that isn't a joke. Because you do have, I can never remember her full name. I always just remember Sachan, because that's what they always call her. The ninja girl. They always play up how she's obsessed with Gintoki, but it's always she's obsessed with him, and it's like a joke thing. Sakuyo is the only one where they actually have like moments where she genuinely cares about him. Canonically, yes. Yes. Do you think carpet matches the drapes in Gintoki? They outright established they did. Sarutobi, yeah. Sarutobi, yeah. I always forget because she has like kind of a fucking weird name for who she is. But I'm excited for Irishman to get to the really good parts because Four Devas is like peak holy fucking shit. Because that starts going in directions where you genuinely don't see coming. I fucking love Jirocho. Jirocho is like one of my favorite characters because he's fucking cool. Katsura is a great character. Katsura is awesome. In terms of joke characters, he's my favorite. Anytime he showed up, I was laughing my ass off. I loved him. Him and Elizabeth, I just fucking loved their dynamic. You see the new stuff for the next FF14 expansion? Yeah, it looks super good. They're already going to have like an entire update that's just like a fucking graphical upgrade. Like, that's pretty cool. I stay underground in this crazy mainstream culture like for any work creators. I just don't really talk to anybody. I'll shit on Twitter, but some people aren't even aware that account is tied to this. So it's based on Sasuke Sarutobi. Okay, and I'm assuming she's probably like is probably based on like a historical ninja, because a lot of the characters in Gintama are like parodies of historical figures. Donshell hype, baby! It does look good. It does look really fucking good. Best dad in anime, I'll go first. Yujiro Hanma. You know what? I'll fucking cheat. Guts. Guts from Berserk. He's the ultimate dad. Starting to get people wanting to ERP on this game now. Should be concerned. Stay the fuck out of Lumenza. That's where they like to promulgate. Did FF14 ever get that single player game mode they were wanting to develop? I've never heard of it, no. Did it feel slow for you in the manga at first? Felt like it for the first 3 for me. I talk about Gintama with the chapters. Yeah, the beginning is pretty slow because it has to introduce everybody, and the jokes aren't really the best. As it goes on and it goes even crazier with the humor, that's when it gets really good. Brief moments of the Moonlight Child are wholesome as fuck. Yeah, they really are. One day you gotta go to the Balmong quicksand lolly. Oh. What's a slave to the ether? Oh, that might be our new job quest. We shall go and take care of that. What Twitter account? Do you know of a Twitter account that references your channel directly in their bio? What a creepy smug. I know, right? Hope we get a pirate job in 14. Isn't that basically Gunbreaker? I don't know. Ultimate dad, even though his child became Griffith. Listen, he's a dad to Isidro and he's a dad to Shrike. Oh, I always keep forgetting I can just teleport over there now. That's a habit I have to break. You see they're doing a series about Monarch from Godzilla with Kurt Russell? That could be fun. That could be fun. Hey, baby, join my guild and RP with me. Real thing someone said to me once on this game. Oh, God. Oh, God, they're even doing it here. Aslan Mortuary dotes upon Shin Orochi. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, God, they're smiling back at each other. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Gunbreaker's not really a pirate. Ah, okay. Do you have any advice on how to level up quickly on P3P? I'm at floor 50 or 60 or something, but I'm kind of up against a wall at this point. Second big boss, and I'm beating my ass. Usually, you don't have to level up. It's your personas that have to level up. So, looking to see if maybe you can fuse anything more powerful. Also, that's where your social links come in handy, because they'll give bonus XP to your shit. So you might on paper be able to only fuse like a level 61, but if you have like a high enough social link, you might be able to boost them up a few extra levels higher. Also, a lot of the bosses in P3P are gimmicks, so if you can figure out their gimmicks, they're not that bad. A lot of them, it's hard to really find any that are straight up fights. Also, yeah, grind golden hands. Yeah, golden hands are another one. Shrek is a good daughter surrogate for Guts. She really is. So I'm gonna try to flirt with me in FF14, say my character is cute. I'm telling him to shut up and buying pots for raids. No, that's where you spawn with the classic Family Guy quote, "I'm a guy, you jackass." Of course, in our modern culture, you probably say good. That makes it better. Ugh. Things have gotten so crazy. Most bosses in Persona series are straight up gimmicks. Yeah, very, very few of them are like full-blown just brawls. Mainly because they do have to acknowledge for people that, you know, probably are under-leveled, but you can still squeak it out, that kind of thing. I do have some of my social links about to be maxed, that may help. That should be, like, really, really good then. Now, be warned, you might have to burn some ones you really like, but since you got the remaster P3P, you should be able to select the skills you want them to inherit. Which, you know, makes it so much fucking easier. Unironically, the dungeons Persona didn't get good until 5. Well, they were very simple. They were just... The dungeons were stopgaps to get you to the boss fights. That was literally the entire point behind them. Because there wasn't much story beyond, like, you enter a floor and you'll get a little cutscene there, and then that's it. And then you get to the boss fight, and that's the actual cutscene. Persona 1 and 2, that is true. I try to find golden hands whenever possible. They're hard to get a hold of. Well, I mean, that's literally their gimmick. Their gimmick is they're not really too strong until you get late game. Late game, they can get cheap. But the whole point is they're more about be careful of them exploiting a weakness or getting a critical on you, because then they'll just take the chance to escape. Oh god, trees. Gosh, gee, fucker. Almost done platinuming Sekiro, 79%. I'm getting there. Yeah. I finished my playthrough not too long ago, and so I talked so much shit about, like, oh, it's super easy, just learn how to fight people and all that. I will admit, Demon of Hatred's fucking hard. Demon of Hatred's fucking mean. I will not begrudge you if you want to cheese Demon of Hatred. He is a Dark Souls boss in Sekiro, and that's hard. But yeah. But regardless, it is a lot of fun. Sword Saint is a lot of fun, because the thing I kind of learn with Sekiro each time I play it is linear, it's just not progression in the way you think. Usually if you're getting your ass kicked by a boss, if you have all the parries down and all that, it's because you quite literally do not have the posture gauge to fight them. You need better posture gauge, you need better attack in order to make it all work. You can squeak it out without it. I mean, there's tons of people that can do, like, no upgrade runs in Sekiro. But there is that kind of progression where you're meant to fight a boss after you get through this many mini-bosses, or have this amount of prayer beads, or this many memories. Because then your numbers match theirs, and you're able to actually, like, fight them on an even playing field. But as stated, it's not impossible. There's tons of people that do no upgrade runs in Sekiro, and they can get through it just fine. Because if you don't have the posture gauge for it, just, you know, learn to evade and burn the posture gauge. It works for some people. It works really well for some people. Also, ninjutsu tools. You can use ninjutsu tools, and some of them are just straight up answers to enemies. What do you think about House of the Dragon? The Game of Thrones spinoff? I never watched it. I'm kind of... I kind of dropped out of Game of Thrones and dropped out of it hard as soon as it happened. I will say, Dick Bro started reading the Witcher books. Okay, I say read. He's listening to the audiobooks at work, but regardless, you know, progress is progress. And we are still proud of him, because now he's like, you know what, I might replay the games and you know, understand it now with this new context. Like, there you go, that's literally what you're supposed to do. We're proud of you, Dick Bro. We are proud of you. What are the beads for? Prayer beads. They upgrade your posture and your health. You need 4 of them to make a new one each time, but you can find some without having to fight people. Like throwing scrap metal at Madame Butterfly. Yeah, if you use shurikens, you can interrupt her jump, and that gives you plenty of chances to fuck her up. You might have noticed in the actual stream when we fucked up Madame Butterfly with like one try. I kept doing that where I was launching shurikens at her. Because they really do help. I say, Sekiro is really not that hard. You just figure out you figure out the answer to each boss. And sometimes that does mean running off and finding another boss to burn, which you might have to earn that one, but you know, and then you can come back and beat that one's ass. Witcher's just weird, I have no idea where to start. Last Wish and then Blood of the Elves, that is canonically the first and second book. I recommend if you like seasons 2 to 4 Game of Thrones. Okay, okay. So the good ones. The hardest enemy are those headless fuckers, where they're literally designed to insta-kill you, because they shit out terror. They're literally designed to insta-kill you. That's why you get anti-air death blow, which allows you to insta-kill them, and when they jump in the air, you can get them. And you need divine confetti. Those are how you mix them together to insta-kill them. When are Weed Bro and Dude Bro coming back? Well, we have to like schedule shit around, because they have jobs that have different schedules than ours. But yeah, it'd be fun to get everyone together and do like a watch of a movie. You know, we're interested in doing that, so that'd be a fun one. All of us sitting down watching Gunhead and cracking jokes about it. That'd be awesome.
It's like algebra. Why you gotta put numbers and letters together? Why can't
you just go fuck yourself? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. That's the big one. That's a very big one. HVAC Tech 22 for $100. Just here to pay my dues. I drive a lot thanks for the job, and have listened to your Berserk saga probably 5 or 6 times. So thanks for the effort. Now I just listen to the stream VODs when they come out. Have a good night, man. Yeah. Very good shit. Very good shit. I am both sad that Berserk saga brought in so many casuals, but at least there are people that can appreciate it listening, and that's the good part. We all make fun of them and be like, get the fuck out, tourists, and throw fucking rocks at their heads. But yeah, there are people who earn it. Crashman the Kook for $1.69. Would have liked Old Boy more if I didn't feel like the bad guy wins to subvert expectations. Also, City Hunter going to be the next video. It is, in fact, going to be the next video. And I do understand what people mean where like the bad guy gets to win in Old Boy, but to me it works. I don't know why. It works for me. But I do understand what you mean. But yeah. City Hunter is going to be really fun to talk about. That one's going to be really fun to talk about, because as today I've been going through the manga and going through the anime, and as I am learning more and more about the series, where I always knew about City Hunter, I always liked it, but only now am I like actually getting through it and trying to figure out more about it. It's like, man, there's some really cool shit. Thoughts on Trash Taste? Trash. Reason why Berserk got exposed to normies, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Miora's Passing, and some queer named TheAlmightyLoli. I don't know who that is. Yeah. But yeah. Can't wait for 10 years pass by and you openly hate the Berserk videos. Oh, I don't hate the videos. I hate what they represent, which is new fags coming in and being like, man, I'd like Berserk more if it had less rape. It's like, shut up. Just shut up. But I'll always be proud of my fucking Converge and my Wasp. I'll always be proud of that. I'll be proud of that, and I will never let that go and be like, no, but it's so fucking cool, though. Yeah. So City Hunter Este is very interesting because, basically, the actual author of it, Tsukasa Hojo, that is the guy's name, is a pretty prominent dude over at Jump. He actually knew a lot of different people. If you let me get to safety and get away from these fucking trees, I can actually explain some stuff. I like Berserk more of Kasuga as the main character. Yeah, that kind of shit where it's like, man, they just turned Kasuga into a plot device. It's like, you are completely neglecting the importance of said plot device. I wanna be somebody. Yeah, I love that I got to see them in concert. I'm so proud of that. I'm happy I got to convert Dick Bro and Irishman to Wasp, because Irishman never heard them before, and Dick Bro only knew about like the later stuff because his dad listened to it, and he's like, yeah, apparently Blackie got all religious and shit, and then we see the show and it's the complete opposite of that. It's fucking great. But, so, damn it. Come on. There we go. So, Tsukasa Hojo, as stated, very, very interesting guy. He was over at Shonen Jump back during the age of what is considered a shonen is considered adult material today, like full-on adult, where like there's no way a fucking shonen can get away with that shit now. But he kind of came from that era. Let me look it up real quick, because he's legitimately really cool guy. Here we go. Because you'll genuinely like kind of the shit this guy's been around. So, Tsukasa Hojo, this is from the official Wikipedia article about the guy. I know the most reputable fucking sources, but fuck it. Tsukasa Hojo, oh, someone gave someone a hug, oh god, is Takehiko Inoue's mentor. Inoue worked as an assistant to Hojo during the production of City Hunter. Hojo is also a longtime acquaintance of Fist of the North Star's illustrator Tetsuo Hara, who is also one of the founders of Comics. Hojo contributed to the production of Fist of the North Star, The Legends of the True Savior film series by designing the character of Reina. So, he is good buddies with the guy who made Fist of the North Star. He's also friends with Takehiko Inoue. Some of you might actually recognize who Takehiko Inoue is. Takehiko Inoue is the artist of Slam Dunk, which is a pretty fucking popular basketball series. It was big in the 90s. And Vagabond. Yeah. The fucking author of Vagabond was the mentor to Hojo. I thought that was really fucking cool. Those movies getting new Blu-rays, by the way. Ooh, that'd be cool. Vagabond coming back soon? Impossible. Inoue's art's so fucking good, he better finish it. Yeah. And if you read City Hunter, the art and that's really fucking good, so... You think we might see Thorfinn throw a three-pointer? That'd be fun. I always forget. But yeah, so far it's been really interesting looking into this. Been really interesting, and I'm gonna lay it all out in the video. It's gonna be really fucking cool. Because as stated, like with the anime of City Hunter, it's mainly kind of a commercial for the manga. You know bits and pieces about the world and the characters, but you don't really get all the in-depth stuff like the manga gets into. You ever consider doing a Fist of the North Star video? It'd be interesting to hear your thoughts on the series as a whole, as well as the second half of it. Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. I do have strong feelings about the second half, but, you know. That's just because I never liked that gimmick of, hey, you know that main character, or that major character, the protagonist, like, spends so long trying to protect and trying to, you know, stick with and be with and save and all that shit. Yeah, we're gonna kill him off. And it's like, really? Really? I didn't like it in Bottoms. It's the big reason I don't really... It's not that I don't care for Angel Heart. I'm just kind of like... That's just not... I don't like the thesis. Because that kind of reminds me of that. Thankfully, it's not canon, but still, thesis. And yeah, Fist of North Star did it. So it's like... To be fair, a lot of anime is or was just an advertisement for the manga. And the 80s especially so. The 80s barely really covered a lot of stuff that manga would do. You would have exceptions. I mean, Devilman was pretty much just a straight-up advertisement. But, you know, regardless. Have you seen the YouTube channel Running Shine, a very good and based gaming review channel? I have not. I might check them out. But yeah, City Hunter is very, very interesting. Angel Heart's not canon. Yeah, no, it's a what-if spinoff. I'm just as stated, like, to get into it, you have to be like, hey, you want Kaori to die? It's like, no, I don't, actually. She's one of my favorite characters. It's like, well, fuck you. But, you know, it's people that want, like, a what-if / spin-off sequel. You getting fodder in Baldur's Gate 3? No, I've been playing Pikmin 4. And I've actually been really, really liking Pikmin 4. I haven't played a Pikmin game in, like, 20 years. Bottom's opening is stuck in my head to this day. It is very good. Running Shine's like Mr. Plinkett, but for games. Okay, that could be fun. Can I get a Discord server link? I used to be in there, but I had to leave. There were some cool folks there. If you email me, yeah, I can get you one. You should stream Pikmin 4. My brother's talking to me about earlier. It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. I love the shit out of Pikmin 2 and 3. Need to play 4. Man, there isn't an actual co-op in 4, though. Does it have, like, a different style co-op? Just keeps advertising it as co-op to me. You like Pikmin 4 so far? It's very, very addicting. Not even gonna lie. 20 years? Jesus, Lala's getting up there in years. Yeah, I played the original. I never played any of the sequels. Thoughts on feminists thinking hot women and hot anime women and sex most thing is male gaze. It's rage bait porn shit. They do all the fucking time. Where it's like, yeah, so a woman in a bikini is objectification, but having sex with a dog, I mean, that's just female empowerment. I felt old when 3 is 10 years. Oof. But Sekiro is playable and as bullshit as Jump King, Getting Over It, and Lords of the Fallen. They're worse than Sekiro. Oh, yeah, no. Those games are actual rage bait where the entire point is they're unfair and broken. Sekiro has a very fleshed out system to it. Well, the dude who covers obscure horror flicks and dark stories plays Pikmin. What's next? Gonna say Miura's into romance manga? It's a lot of fun. I love my little Pikmin. They're cute, especially when they start singing songs on long journeys. Like, I love that. I love them. Thoughts on the anime manga Silent Mobius? I've not seen it. It's like that 1.5 co-op where the other person's just touching stuff, moving around, not actually controlling another character. Ah, okay. That is weird because, I mean, like, they have a perfectly good setup for whether it be multiple characters. You create a character anyway, so just have your co-op buddy take control of one of the people that's part of the crew, or have them make a character. I mean, it's like, yeah, that's something that's like, I don't know, that's a little weird. That's in Serpico as a character. I like Serpico a lot. He's very interesting. Him and Farnese, they have a very interesting backstory. What do you think about Dandadon? If I remember right, that's one of Fujimoto's, right? The dude who did Chainsaw Man? Because I've never really seen that one. I'm 99% sure they hate life as Inukai's dog. Two, I've only started to try deciphering these types since it chose not to just ignore what they don't like a normal person anime fan. Well, a lot of it's getting Twitter likes. It's literally getting Twitter likes where it's you see it over and over again to the point people even call it out where it's like, you know, whenever they say if you like Uzaki anime, you get no bitches. I mean, it's the most regurgitated take ever because for some reason it makes the bots on Twitter happy and they will just like that to fucking no end. And it's explicitly bots because it's the same take over and over and over again. And it's from people who have like 500 followers, so there's no way it's organic. Fujimoto's assistant. Okay, okay. Riding Whale Airlines. I want to fuck my sister so bad, but she's my sister. I know I'll move to Japan. Incest is common there to a point it's legal. Serpico. Hell yeah, get no bitches. What about it? To be honest, I've been thinking about rewatching the Berserk 2016 anime. It's not as bad as people say. Well, yes, it's a worse adaptation. I think 2D anime, I think the 2D animation they stuck with it could have been okay. Well, it came out that they were horribly rushed. Like, they couldn't decide whether they wanted to do 2D or 3D, so that was bad. And they also found out, like, it was horribly rushed to the point of they had, like, months in order to get something out there. And it's like, oof, that's really bad. Pray for me for tomorrow go to the cursed wasteland of Ireland. Or Chainsaw Man may become like Hunter x Hunter. Nah, Fujimoto's actually pretty dedicated to it, so... Unless he has like some horrible like medical issue that comes up, should be fine. And it's not as convoluted. I mean, a lot of the combat in Chainsaw Man is just people trying to kill each other with sharp objects. Does he actually want Porca's sister? Why didn't he tell her? No. It's kind of complicated. So, Serpico, for those that have not read Berserk, I'm going to drop some spoilers. Serpico was the bastard child to the Vandamian patriarch, who is Farnese's father. He was hired on as a servant, unaware of this. All he knew was that his mother was sort of kind of the lover to the guy. But he didn't know. All he knew is my mom fucked some noble, and that's how she made me, and he's gonna pick me up, and I'm gonna work for this family. That was what the mother was deluded into thinking. Well, one day he runs into Farnese when he's out in the middle of the street after a bunch of boys kick his ass, and she takes care of him. He ends up being hired on as her assistant, and basically it's just a toy for her to torment and bully and all that because she was a little sociopath as a kid. Well, Serpico ends up running into Farnese's father, and he actually recognizes a locket that his mother gave him, and basically calls him up to his office, looks at the locket, and went, "Yeah, I'm your dad." So around this time, Serpico actually starts kind of developing feelings for Farnese, and it's like, "Wait a minute, you mean to tell me she's my sister?" It's like, yeah, not a good day. Serpico's dad sucked mega balls. Yeah, he's an asshole, but I kind of see what he's doing now in the newer shit, where he's going to be the foil to Griffith purely because he himself is also... It's kind of like Lex Luthor syndrome, but he's right. And that he wants to fuck over Griffith because, you know, how dare you, I'm the one that should be in charge. And in a weird, unintentional way that might end up actually doing good. Assuming Griffith doesn't just outright kill him. Because we haven't seen him in a while. He might actually just be dead. Serpico didn't know, so he has an excuse. Yeah, he didn't know. And when he found out, he was, like, very strict. Like, no, we're not doing this. Because Farnese just flat out fell in love with him. Thought to me just occurred to see playing children in 14, but what did Lawful Baby look like? I don't want to know. A stain on the pavement. Feels like Serpico kind of got pushed off to the side of the Sea God arc. He did, but you can kind of see hints where they're trying to, like, get him up to the level he was before. Because now Guts is out of commission, so they have to step the fuck up. And you kind of saw where he chewed out Isidro. So, assuming we can actually get more chapters, he might come back and do more stuff. Here we go. Have you seen the new season of Futurama? I don't have the heart to. I don't have the heart to. All I can think is there's no way on God's green earth it'll be good. That's in Hell's Paradise. I really liked what I watched. It was a lot of fun. So I'm excited for season 2. I think it'll be good. Thoughts on the Ninja Gaiden games? They're fun. I haven't played them in a while, but yeah, they're a lot of fun. Not too bad, to be honest. I don't know. I just don't know. I didn't like the Comedy Central seasons, where I'm just like, you had like a really good ending before that, though. I mean, the movies were fine, you know, Bender's Big Score and the fucking D&D Lord of the Rings one they did. They were okay. I didn't hate them, but you know, the original series, the way that ended, to me, is like, no, there you go. There you go, that's the ending. Your voice is sexy as fuck. Come on, we both know that's not true. There are better things out there. There's better. You know, you could become a doctor. There's better things. I need Serpico HH figure arts. Yeah. I like Hell's Paradise, but Anna powers just sort of appear. Yeah, I mean, the combat system is kind of all over the place because it feels like multiple different characters are using different combat systems and they're just saying it's the same thing, which can be weird. But I'm fine with it, because Spectacle's fun. Have you seen Soul Eater? I never really got into it. I knew kids in, like, middle school that were into it, but, You know, where that I read in a recent interview regarding the violence, rape, and murder of children in several interviews he did online? Nah. I've only ever heard that he did it, but I've never seen anything like that. And he references the older material like that all the fucking time, and he had characters die pretty horrible deaths, like, even up to the new arcs. Like, the new arcs outright had multiple different characters die pretty horribly. They were all jobbers, but still, they're being torn apart and eaten by monsters. Like, he was an 80s action manga artist. I don't think he'd ever regret that. The most I've ever really heard is he regretted the way Black Swordsman started. Because he felt like now that there was a larger context with Berserk, it feels kind of clunky and not really in character with guts. What's your opinion on Lupin the Third? That's a fun series. That is such a fun series. And the fact it's been as loyal as it is to the original art style for as long as it is, that's impressive. I mean, like, even the new movies, they're sticking with, like, that 60s anime style. It's like, that's... You gotta give them credit. There's people who genuinely love Lupin working on that shit. Even some of the, like, foreign movies. I've seen Golden Kamui. It's surprisingly good, and I don't see anyone talking about it. I keep hearing that's really good, and I keep saying I'm going to look into it, but, you know, I'm just like, oh, yeah, I'll do that, and then I do other stuff. But I do hear it's really good, though. Lupin the Third made me think the film was a final in a trilogy. Yeah, no, it's not. It's the name of just the series. Hell, the 3D movie recently was fucking impressive how they kept the OG style. Exactly. It's like, it genuinely feels like there's fans of Lupin that are involved in this, and that's the best possible fate for it. You know, the best possible fate is you are in the hands of people that really care. Saw your post about Bojack Horseman. Thoughts on the series as a whole? Like I said, I really like Bojack. I think it has some, like, genuinely good moments to it. And I really like Bojack as a character, because he is very, very complicated and interesting. But I definitely think that they jerk themselves off too much on, man, isn't he just the worst, though? And it's like, listen, you're kind of neglecting how bad other characters could be. Because I outright said because it was like someone posting a quip from Bojack. It was like the second to last season when he gets caught in the interview. He gets caught in the interview, and they're doing what I learned later was basically a Weinstein allegory, and basically beating him down with everything he ever did. And I was like, you know, the show is good, but I definitely think that they kind of fetishize how bad Bojack is to the point that they forget other characters who can do stuff that can be exactly as bad. Like, Diane, to me, is, like, genuinely an awful human being. who, as much as everyone says, well, she doesn't destroy other people around her, she fucking tries to. I mean, Mr. Peanut Butter was legitimately miserable with her for a long span of time because she just refused to be happy. I think they got some calls over calling Hollywood a tar pit. No, it was, from what I understand, they found out, like, this is what people were telling me about on Twitter. So, greatest source in the world. There you go. People on Twitter. They found out Harvey Weinstein was a fan of the show. So they wanted to basically make Bojack into a straw man of Weinstein they could beat the shit out of. It helped that Bojack legitimately did pretty bad things before then. So, yeah, they can get away with a lot of it. But then it kind of gets to the point of... It gets to the point of, like, painting innocuous things as bad. Where yeah, it's bad, but, like, in the context of other shit he did, it's like, really, that's what you're gonna, like, moral fag about? Arcade script, if you tell us Todd's a lazy bum that life threw him a win. Yeah, Todd's one of those where it's like, dude, you lucked into literally everything in your entire life. It's like, you have less than the right to judge anyone else because you've never earned it. You lucked into it. But the whole thing with, like, a big one is when his sister, Hollyhock, disowns him. And it's because the black kid, I don't know his fucking name, he was just some jobber, was like, oh, Bojack gave me and my friend alcohol, and she got so drunk we had to go to the hospital. That was one of those where I'm like, okay, listen, motherfucker, you asked for that. You asked for that, and you couldn't handle it, and now you want to throw shade on the guy that you literally talked into getting you booze. So fuck you. You are exactly as responsible in that situation. And he did try to rectify it, so it's like, it's a thing where, many such cases, people falling upward, yeah. It's a thing where it gets to the point where I genuinely start asking, what the fuck is the point of Bojack trying to change if people won't let him? If at every single step they will tell him, well, I don't think you've actually changed, and shit on him, and be like, well, you can't just let it go. People will try to argue that's realistic, but at that point it's like, so misery for misery's sake. You will never let somebody actually try to make their life better. It's like, no, fuck you. And yeah, it does end up spiraling out of control where anytime Bojack thinks he's out, he's dragged back into it and he ends up falling into bad habits because why would he change? Yeah. But he sold me crack! That's on Prison School? I don't remember a lot of it, if I even watched it. I think the most I know about is the Gamergate line in the dub, which was fucking awful and stupid, and they flat out admitted it was only added to piss people off, and retards still defended it. Second to last episode was a great ending. That was a good ending. View from halfway down, that legitimately was a good ending. Realistic is such a cop-out. It's especially a cop-out because it's not even like the show itself was like 100% realistic all the time. It was a fucking like... Oh god. A cat girl wants to give us something. I'm terrified. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I will give her mole meat. You just paid $1 million for mole meat. Fuck are you doing? Oh god. Oh god. We gotta give her. I will give her jellyfish. We're gonna walk away from the scary lady. We got touched by a cat girl. We got molested by a cat girl. And she gave us 2 million gil. We need a cold shower to get over what we just went through. It was awful. It was horrible. It was no good. Very bad. Buy a house? Why? We have, like, unlimited fast travel money now. And after you, 100 gil just to have a teleporting. I'm told no. That was a cat girl who walked up to us and just paid money for mole meat. Quit being a bait and accepting gifts from females. Get on that Sigma grind set. Worst part is that cat girl might be following us. I gave you money because I like your content. And you got mole meat. There you go. Fair trade. Fair trade. 2 million gil for mole meat. 2 mil for mole meat. That must be some fine mole meat. Best trade. There you go. It's all about looking on the bright side of things. It's the bait. Chase it. And a jellyfish. It was also the jellyfish, yeah. That was important, though. I thought that was chicken. All he's supposed to earn his keep, he failed us. We were already at the point where, like, gil didn't matter. Because we were upwards of, like, what, 20,000? So, and the scale we got with the fucking gil, it's like, yeah, who cares? we got past the threshold of it actually mattering. So now we get to have that nice little number of 2 million in the corner and never touch it because all we're going to do is spend it on fast travels. Thoughts on Casca being a plot device? Well, I mean, they're not wrong, but at the same time, why is that a bad thing? Tropes are not inherently a bad thing. It's how they're done. And I think the way they do Casca is fucking amazing. Where, you know, yes, she's insane and not the badass warrior who she used to be, but that's literally the tragedy. You know how cool she was beforehand. It's like, man, she was so much fun, and she was a badass tomboy girl, and now she's reduced to being like a fucking, like, actual fucking mental toddler. And then you see the strain that puts on Guts, and he's fucking insane. It's like, ugh. Need help getting around? Oh no, I've put more than my fair share of time in this game. I have played like 160 hours. But thank you for the gil. Enjoy your mole meat. Seg162, $5. Lolly, when you said the rules on donation requests for someone actually asked you to review something aged like Shoujo Ramon, I've never reviewed hentai, so... And not gonna lie, if you request me to review hentai, it's gonna be a complete shit post. Don't expect anything, like, serious. No problem? Yeah. Yeah. Let it be known. If you want to give us something, you're getting mole meat, no matter what the item. Enjoy unlimited teleporting. That's the goal. That is the goal. Because I'm not going to buy a fucking house. Think I'm going to fall for that scam? No, we sleep in the woods. At least review the good ones. It's such a disservice to her character and tone deaf when people complain about tropes. There's more to her character than that. Exactly. It's like, there's so much more to Casca than Warrior Woman. And the fact that, like, she gets as broken as she is. Want money for a house? I've never purchased a house ever, and I don't plan to. Not even my main. I don't even have money. I mean, I have money for the house on my main, but I just don't buy one because I don't want to. Almost Giga Chad, yeah. You technically get a house in Heaven's Ward because you stay with that one dude. There we go, he's dead. Fair. Exactly. Some people fall from the money sink, some people sleep in the woods. Hobo cop. Thoughts on Andrew Tate Pop's going to jail since there's evidence of him self-snitching. He was supposed to go to jail the first time. Recently I just played the old Tomb Raider games, and Jesus, they dumbed down these games to play Copycat, Uncharted. And Laura was cool. Yeah. That's why, like, even though I've been playing through I played through the fucking Tomb Raider trilogy, and I was like, they're decently fun. Rise actually had some pretty cool moments. And Shadow was not bad. I kind of like the gimmick with Shadow, where it's like, you know, you have a lot more systems, and actually Laura starts talking a bit more like her old self, but, you know, Shota put a very, very good, just made a great point to it, where it's like, why would I play those games to get discount Uncharted and not Laura? It's like, yeah, he's not wrong. How much money for you to review that mediocre P3 fanfic by Yandere Dev? I'm legitimately afraid of that man touching Persona. There's no laws against vagrancy in the market square, Seth Sintosh. Exactly. I need Farnese and Casca to scissor. Well, see, that's okay. You make a sex joke. I'm gonna take the chance to just talk about Berserk some more. The reason I really like Farnese is exactly because they don't do girl boss shit with her. You know, the setup with Farnese is she is ultra religious zealot girl that you find out is sexually repressed and is a sadomasochist and all this insane shit with her. What I really like is after that, where you get to Millennium Falcon War, where you discover her childhood and what her personality actually is. The best aspect to Farnese to me is the fact that she is a fuck up. She has no idea what the hell she's doing. You know, the fact they were willing to make her so incompetent and weak made it so much more interesting seeing her actually figure out what she wants to do. You know, I genuinely love that, and seeing her trying to figure out what she can do and hate herself anytime she fucked up. It was genuinely great. And it's what pisses me off when I see the shit where people go like, oh, well, of course you just want like a damsel in distress and shit like that. It's like, we've had more subversions to damsel in distress than actual damsel in distress. That's going to be another thing I'm going to point out in the City Hunter video, where it's like, this was fucking 1986 with the manga. I think it was 86 in the manga. Point is, mid-1980s, the 1980s anime, the height of, you know, big, strong guy, damsel in distress girls, if you believe it. And this fucking series has so many badass women that it's actually kind of crazy, to the point of, like, anyone that unironically talks about anime having damsels in distress or anything like that, you can just go, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because City Hunter alone has, like, fucking 5. And they're great. You know? They'll even poke fun at damsel in distress shit, while also taking the chance to use it when it's appropriate. Berserk uses it great because it just establishes that Farnese has been a noble girl her entire life and got a ceremonial position that didn't mean anything. Why the fuck would she know how to fight? You know, and having her be such a screw-up made such a great arc and gave her a great chance at redemption, you know? Claymore exists, magical girl genre. Exactly, I mean, it's like, there's so much more to it than that, and it's what pisses me off whenever I hear it. And people unironically shout it as a gotcha. And it's like, listen, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just preaching something some fucking, you know, jerk off on YouTube said or your college professor said. The amount of times the trope has actually been used is probably a lot fewer at this point than the actual fucking, you know, subversion of it, you know? Even Mario, which the original Super Mario Bros. Was literally the pinnacle damsel in distress story. Same with Legend of Zelda. They have had more subversions to it than anything. You know, Legend of Zelda especially, even in the modern titles, whenever Zelda gets kidnapped, you find out she's doing shit behind Ganon's back to help you. Mario with Peach, her actual canonical personality, she's batshit nuts, at least if you read the Mario comics. So it's like, the amount of people that keep, you know, screeching about Mud Damsel, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. You know what? I like damsel in distress and find it wholesome. It can work. You know, it's just acknowledging that not every single person knows how to fight or will know what to do in a situation. It's like, yeah, no shit. She cares about everyone like Casca in the Dream World sequence. Exactly. And the only way she was able to tap into that kindness was getting shit on so much. That is literally the reason for it. Okay. So we have to activate our companion. Is Saving Private Ryan damsel in distress? I mean, he does start crying like a pussy. Bernice even shit on herself for good measure. Exactly. I mean, she was very aware of what she did. And she felt awful about it. She genuinely wanted to change. And that's what made her interesting. I miss Godo. Chillest motherfucker in Berserk. He really was. He really was. Favorite Castlevania protag? Mine's Soma. Alucard's really fucking cool, mainly because I love Symphony of Night. Richter's also pretty badass. You know, Rondo of Blood, where he finds out his girlfriend's been kidnapped and he immediately goes to fuck up Dracula. It's like, that's great. Okay, we gotta get her. I don't remember how to get our fucking... There we go, companion. Eh. Alright. Fuck it up. Alright. Eh. I never really fucked with the companion shit, so... Watch Seth's War Thunder video? I have not. If I did hear it's a lot of fun. Don't forget when they think that switching genders of damsel in distress. Gotcha. Yeah, they did that with fucking Cowboy Bebop, where Faye was Faye had to save everybody during Ballad of Fallen Angels instead of Spike saving her, and it's like, that's such a fucking lazy, like, for one, it is stupid because the whole reason Faye gets caught is because she walked into something she had no idea about. Because she didn't know who Vicious was. She didn't know that Mao was already dead. All this other shit. And B, it makes Spike and Jet look dumb. And that was the whole goal with Netflix Bebop, where they flat out said one of the influences was Lethal Weapon. And it's like, why? Why? And then you find out, oh yeah, literally everyone who ever fucking works at Netflix that gets handed these adaptations despises the very ground they walk on. The only exception so far has been fucking One Piece. And it looks awful, but at least the One Piece people, they genuinely seem like they care. And they actually are fans. Of course, that might just be marketing shit, because, you know, usually always is. But the point is, at least they look like they care, and they're not openly shit-talking it. Like Witcher or Castlevania or something like that. That's fucking cool. Your Chocobo helps with fighting. I never really use them. I'm gonna be fully honest. It wasn't even a phase fight to begin with, as I recall. No, it wasn't. It's literally, in the Netflix show, Vicious kidnaps Jet's daughter, because they changed her to be a little black girl, and you know, Jet's a deadbeat dad and all that. Ignoring the fact that in the anime, his wife leaves him because he's a control freak, so, you know. But they kidnap his daughter, Spike and Jet go save her, and they walk into the trap. Meanwhile, in the anime, there's a fake bounty put on for Mao, who is the leader of a Chinese mafia that Spike was involved in, and it's literally Vicious telling Spike that, you know, they're going to fight because Spike is already well aware that Mao is dead. But Faye, being greedy, doesn't understand that that's what's going on. So she walks into the trap by mistake. And then Vicious uses that as bait to catch her. Spike even makes it clear to Faye right in the anime. No, she doesn't know. Because Spike goes quiet as soon as Mao shows up. As soon as he sees the bounty listing, he leaves and is like, this is a fucking trap. And he goes to talk to the one lady who owns the bar. Because he goes to kind of reminisce and be like, man, my life's fucked. But Faye, not understanding what's going on, walks into the trap. Netflix makes Jet a black man who abandons his family. Talk about racism and stereotypes. And the sad part is, the guy who played Jet, like, actually was a big fan of Bebop. He was the only one who actually, like, quoted the show and did shit like that. Mao's wife. Yeah. I knew she was tied to the gang, I just didn't remember how. I hate Reddit deaths. I hate it so much. Yeah, I will never forgive that. I will never forgive that. And the thing is, even more and more people are waking up to that and going like, yeah, that was fucking stupid. Guy who played Spike was also pretty passionate. He was. That's the thing. When they actually sat down and watched the source material, they fucking loved it. John Cho, the guy who played Spike, he was too old. Definitely agree that they needed to find a different guy. I will admit, when I made the video, I was too drunk off the fan theory stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, Spike's actually Jewish, and Jet's Native American. Then you watch the anime, and it's like, it's not really that clear. It's like, yeah, that was me just agreeing that was the case for, like, fucking God knows how long and not really thinking about it. But a lot of other details in that video I stick by. Yeah, the whole thing is, John Cho loved it. The guy who played Jet loved it. I don't remember his name. And the girl who played Ed, which is actually like one of the more sad cases, because she got so fucked over that she should actually have like threatened Netflix with a lawsuit with how they framed her. Because the girl who played Ed was actually a big fan of Bebop and based her performance off Ed. You know, off the character Ed, who is very over-the-top and cartoony. I mean, that's just who Ed is. The thing is, they did no attempt to adjust that to the live action and wanted to keep it as over-the-top. That's where you get her, like, face right at the camera going, Spike, Spike Spiegel, you know, that kind of thing. And it just, worst first impression ever. And the fact they kept her as a season 2 cliffhanger, it's like, I legit feel bad for that actress, because she seemed like she actually did care to try to match Ed. It's like, there was so much wrong with that, where it's like, those actors had to take the brunt because the fucking studio people are lazy. Remember Wooly's reaction to that scene? Yeah. Because no one liked it. It was awful. No one liked it. Has she done anything recently? I haven't looked into it. I hope that didn't kill her career, because once again, that'd be a case of, like, threaten Netflix with a lawsuit or something. It's like, you handed Bebop off, you know, Bebop, one of the most critically acclaimed, influential fucking animes of all time. Something that even people that don't like anime flat out admit is good. You hand that off to a crew that, at every chance, pissed on it and thought they could do it better. The way they talked about, like, they fixed Gren, I was like, fuck you. Fuck you. Even if you're doing rage marketing, fuck you. You know, you take a character that actually had a very in-depth backstory, and yeah, sure, they weren't exactly the beacon of the show. You know, it's like, you know, it came out and suddenly everyone knows fucking details about Gren, but in context of the original anime with Bebop, just the direction they went with alone is genuinely kind of disgusting. Where it's like, hey, this is a dude who didn't have a choice, and he was forced and hated it. It's literally forceful transitioning. That's what happened to Gren, and he wanted to kill Vicious over it. So doing that and turning it into a, you know, bisexual queen shit, it's like, fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking man-child. No attempt at nuance. The studio people are like, enjoy our shit, even though it shits so much in the source material. Exactly. That's what they did with Bebop. That's what they did with Death Note. That's what they did with fucking Witcher. I mean, it's just what they do. Now you've talked about Farnese, talked about Puck, Isidro, Shrike, and maybe Evalera. They are good. There you go. They are good. They're good characters. Hear about Oliver Anthony cucking out? I don't know. I never heard anything like that. Best thing to do is forget the live action even exists. Well, I mean, it's dead. It's buried dead. Some people outright say they can't find it on Netflix anymore. She-Hulk too. She-Hulk at least had the, like, She-Hulk's only problem was it wanted to address feminism in the modern era where nobody could fucking do that and stay sane. It's just impossible. But at least the feminism shit in She-Hulk is true to the comics. The problem is, you're asking modern Hollywood writers to talk about that issue in modern day. There was no way that was going to fucking end well. Jesus Christ, poor Julia. Yeah, Julia, like, that was another one of, like, fuck you. You have no idea what Bebop is even about if you think this is the direction to go. What are your thoughts on Jujutsu Kaisen? I just never really got into it. I'm not really a big fan of the main guy. I think he's really boring. He's not as bad as Tanjiro, but he has that same issue where he doesn't have a personality. He is just main character. So he doesn't really react to things in a way that I think is interesting. He just kind of goes along with what the plot says. That's on Nier Automata. Really good. The first season of the anime just wrapped up, and they're teasing Route C, which that'll be fun. That'll be interesting. Especially since they want to get like way more artsy and interpretive with the logic virus, which I'm like, yeah, I saw that and I was like, okay, that could actually be really cool though. I like the anime. You know, it had some fun moments. It's definitely not just a retelling of the game. It has some different twists to it, but it could be interesting. Ichigo Syndrome. Sorta. Ichigo, I think, has at least more of a personality. It's like, not the most personality, but he actually at least feels like a character. Meanwhile, someone like Tanjiro or fucking what's-his-face from Jujutsu, it's like, they are just there because the plot says they have to be there. Like, when I say is like, their emotions literally hinge on what just happened in front of them. If someone died horribly, they're upset. If someone made a joke, they're happy. Even if someone just died horribly and then the joke happened. I mean, there isn't really a logical way to measure who the personality is. Like, Tanjiro's whole thing is he's nice, and that's fine, but he doesn't do anything beyond that. You know? Meanwhile, you know, I can look at City Hunter and I can describe what Ryo's personality is. It's, you know, he's a gunslinger, he's a badass, can be manipulated really easily by women, and sometimes he can actually outsmart that, other times he falls for it hook, line, and sinker. There's a personality there you can guess on. Most boring in mainstream anime, in your opinion? Main character? That's hard, because the boring ones you don't remember. That's the worst part. Ichigo was a delinquent? Yeah, Ichigo actually had, like, more to him. Like, he was basically just a thug, and that's when he got roped into all the soul spirit shit, like, he kind of fell into it because he liked fighting. It was sort of like, fucking, there we go. It was kind of like, fucking, God, what was the fucking series? The one that was before Hunter x Hunter. God, why am I not remembering the fucking name? Yeah. Boruto's a good example, boring and shitty. That's probably a good example, yeah. So give me a sec. Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah, that was at Yu Yu Hakusho, yeah. Main character in Yu Yu Hakusho liked to fight, and that was a pretty distinct aspect to his personality, where he liked fighting, and then he was put in situations where it's like, but do you really like fighting? Because sometimes you have to go that extra step, and that fucked with him. I did hate how Ichigo stopped throwing hands. Yeah, later on, yeah. A little bit too much character development, you know? They all like fighting, but Kuwabara was badass? Yeah. You can tell what Denji's character is compared to the two. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are distinct personalities, and you know, it's... Gintama is another one where you know what Gintoki's personality is. He's a goofy, dumb fuck up until shit gets serious, and then you see a completely different dude. And it's actually kind of shocking. I'd say Usaku Midora is pretty friggin' boring. Which one's he from? I loved Uramashi beating the shit out of someone. I watched Yu Yu Hakusho as a kid. Yeah, it is a good series. I mean, it's genuinely good. Gintama's still best shonen. It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. My Hero. Oh, okay. I keep hearing people shit on My Hero, but everything I've seen of Deku, it's like, at least it plays into basically a kid meeting actual real-life superheroes, and he's worshipped his whole life. That kind of fanboyism, it's like, yeah, that works. I'm begging you to learn how to pronounce Japanese names. No, it's funnier this way. Deku's a crybaby. Yeah, that can be annoying, yeah. Like I said, I miss the old days of shonen protags where it's like Kenshiro or Ryo or like a character like that where they'll fuck you up if you piss them off. A lot of the JoJos, it's like they're great. Like I miss that era so much. I wasn't even alive for it when it was popular, but I miss it. Have you heard of the Alan Wake delay? Yeah, they're delaying it by like 2 weeks, I think. So, that sucks, but eh. I've been waiting like 15 years for it. I can wait a little bit longer. I'm calling it now. Kurama's going to be Indian in the live-action Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah, probably. That's another one I keep forgetting is a thing. I never even understand why they keep going after, like, the big flashy stuff. I know it's because it's popular, but, like, there's plenty of series that don't need a lot of special effects or, like, radical art design changes to work in live action. Cowboy Bebop was one of them. You could have actually made that work in live action. They just didn't want to. And protagonists with questionable starting morals, may even be a bully. Not so much that, but more of like, yeah, they're heavy hitters. They're not, the everyman thing of like small little femboy who gets wrapped up in shit beyond what they can handle. It's like, that kind of gets annoying. I'm fine with kids being kids, but you learn when to fucking man up and accept killing as part of the character story. Yeah. They go after them because they have cool names, as the studios think. Well, I think it's also because they're popular. Monster in live action be easy and it's a beloved cult classic. Yeah, Monster in live action, that'd be huge. Because that would just be a political spy thriller. D. Grayman is a generic good boy protag, but works in favor of the series. Yeah, it can work. It's just, Naruto's another good example for me. Almost every supporting character is more interesting, yeah. And I understand some of these franchises are aimed at like really little kids. Naruto is aimed at kids. I mean, you can see it when you watch it. Boruto especially is aimed at kids. But kids should learn from Gon from Hunter x Hunter. Yeah. Vagabond could work in live action. Yeah, Vagabond. That's another one that could easily work in live action. City Hunter has had live action movies, and some of them are actually pretty cult classic. Nolton Bolt is too kiddie. Yeah, you see what I mean, where it's like, Boruto is for kids. It is. It actually is. Genocide for kids. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that, but the shit that you think like, oh, well, there's no way that's for kids. That includes this, that includes that. It's like, no, it's actually for children. No bullshit. You can tell it by the style of character. Like, Boruto is the author's trying to make, like, someone a 10-year-old would think is cool. That is the intent behind it. Obviously, they're trying to be like, hey, but, older fans, you can like us too. But it's mainly for children. Vagabond's had a bunch of live-action adaptations. A little more in the sense of, like, they're adapting Musashi Miyamoto's life, but I see what you mean. Actually based to introduce kids to death. Well, yeah, I mean, Japanese media, like, they're fully willing to let kids, like, watch stuff where people die. I mean, even in, like, really kiddie stuff, you've had some pretty horrible fates worse than death. I mean, obviously, there's a difference between a show aimed at a 12-year-old and a show aimed at a 5-year-old. A 5-year-old, no, they're watching something completely different. The college student dared to use AI voices to bury him. Yeah, that poor guy. It's really sad because that's gonna follow him his whole career now. It's like, dude, it was a school project. He didn't hurt anybody. Japanese media for kids is better than U.S. media for kids. Yeah, I mean, it's like they don't try to, at least from the stuff I saw, they don't treat kids as if they are just complete toddlers that cannot comprehend anything. There are obviously very safe formulas and safe, like, episodic stuff where it's like, oh, the bad guy's beaten in the end, that kind of thing. That does happen a lot, but at least they're willing to broach on subjects where it's like, listen, that's just how it is. Shonen Jump, I mean, that does cover a pretty wide, range of ages where it's like 8 to fucking 16-year-olds. American sensibilities during the 50s, 60s has literally killed some people's perception of what stories are okay to tell and how. Yeah. What college kid? The dude who made the Scooby-Doo Five Nights at Freddy's short that got fucking dogpiled. Have you checked out Bastard? Heavy metal dark fantasy. Anime's alright, but the manga has Berserk level artwork. Yeah, Bastard's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. Devilman was a shonen. That was... Okay, Devilman's weird territory, though. Devilman got so intense that it actually, like... It actually kicked off the beginning to adult-oriented manga. You know, and obviously not like hentai, but like you are writing mature stories that are aimed towards an adult audience. You know, because Devilman, yeah, it got so fucked up and intense that they're like, listen, we gotta have something for this. Because Go Nagai was like very influenced by just outright horror manga. He loved horror manga and like Satanism stuff and shit like that. So he wanted to make a manga around it. Also, funny enough, he wrote a Magical Girl one, which is like Cutie Honey, which also ended up being pretty popular. He also did a lot of Ghetto Robo stuff, which also got really popular. Go Nagai's an interesting guy. But Devilman, yeah, that kind of kicked off the beginning to adult-oriented manga. Devilman was explicitly meant as spite for PTAs. Yeah, because that's a common thing where parent-teacher associations would get pissed off at kids reading manga in class and like what they would be reading. They're like, oh, we gotta censor this. I mean, Gintama jokes about it. Devilman was made as a fuck you to it. I mean, it's been going on for a while. Can you turn up your volume? Well, it's because I was kind of leaning away from the mic. It should be good now. Go to guy's previous work got so crazy he was criticized for it by parents. Yeah. Go to guy created the mecha genre by accident. He contributed to it, yeah. The mecha is a weird one. There's a lot of different starting points to it. Kamen Rider Build, a series made for kids to preteens, had a child-friendly story of war, politics, death, and human experimentation. Yeah. Now there's a lot of different stories in manga, a lot of different themes, and they're able to break down how can I make this theme work for kids while still having a bite, and that's what they're good at. Do you watch Red Bar Radio by Mike David? I have not. I do not. Ever heard of YouTuber animated series Geo Saga? It existed since 2010s. I have not. Or that one anime that had parents complain because some of the girls beating each other up. Yeah, that was Precure. That was some of the Precure animes. Because Magical Girl is the one where, like, if you want super fucking Puritan, like, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do that. A lot of shoujo stuff deals with that, and Precure is one of the ones that got roped into that. Blandscape Core, $5. Hearing that you DoorDash in Japan, my disappointment's immeasurable, my day is ruined. We didn't want to fumble around looking like idiots in public, staring at signs and going, we want that. So we just stuck to, like, delivery apps. You know, keep everybody as painless as possible. Gawain Saga. Oh, okay. Yeah, Gawain Saga. That's the one where it's, isn't that made by the Emperor Text-to-Speech people? Or am I thinking of something else? Precure, the magical girl anime that can't be dark anymore. Yeah. Fumble and pointing at signs half the fun in Japan. Yeah, but Shota really didn't want to do that. He's like, man, we just look fucking stupid. We hold everybody up. He was insistent on it. I doubt anyone's daughter thought to punch someone because of Precure. Yeah, but you know, you are talking about parent-teacher associations. That's like, well, I don't want my daughter getting any ideas from that series. Like, it's that kind of logic. You just kind of have to like accept that that's what they think. Thoughts on Fallout 4? Do you hate it like most everyone else? I definitely agree that it's as an actual, like, story, it's fucking awful, but if you just want to fuck around and, like, shoot stuff, it's fine. It's a fun shitpost game where you just stack as many mods as possible into it and see what breaks first. Does this MMO have enough content to last, like, 10 years? Yes. People have been playing it since launch. Thanks for the fun video to react to. Have a fun stream. Done sniping. Yeah. Going, the guy was about to add rape scenes to Devilman, but even his editor was like, no. Which says a lot, because some of those scenes do kind of become rape scenes. And I mean, Demon Lord Dante just straight up had rape in it. Put it this way, Precure got in hot shit just because they implied someone had a physical relationship. Yeah, as stated, certain shoujo stuff, like if you're aiming specifically to little girls, you cannot do fucking anything. They will gun after you. Because, you know, Japan likes their pure childhood type shit, so yeah. if you breach any sort of norm to that, any sort of implication, you can't even have characters smoke even if they're adults. Like, there's a lot of shit you can't do in shoujo. Which is one of the reasons I never really latched onto it. I'm just kind of like, man, I like watching Kenshiro rip a guy's skeleton out of his body. I like that. Do you have any hope Starfield's going to be good? I think the mods will be good. There's the rape scene in Devilmancrybaby with the track and field demon chick, and holy fuck, that was needlessly brutal. Yeah, that's going to guy. Devil Lady becomes Devil Lady mid-rape. Yeah. As stated, Going to Guy is a very, like, brutal author. For the kids. Oh, no, Devilman's not for kids. It's explicitly not for kids. Depends on the magazine. That's the biggest statement about it. Some magazines will let you get away with literal murder. Other magazines, you can't even show characters smoking. It's just one of those things. You know? The reason Berserk is in Young Animal, which is basically Japan's version of Playboy, is because it has the least censorship and they can do whatever the hell they want. Shoujo has more alpha male characters than shonen these days, which is ironic. Very is. I hated Devilmancrybaby. Fuck that ending. It's the ending to, like, literally every Devilman adaptation, so you might just not like Devilman, which is fair. It is one of those of, like, yeah, I can't pretend that this is something everyone will like. Okay. Devilman can be as brutal as it wants, but it never matters because all the stories end the same. It's very annoying. Yeah, that's why I stayed. You read one adaptation Devilman. You don't try to binge the whole thing because it does get repetitive because it's literally a cycle. You say that, but my niece really likes the OG Devilman. Oh yeah, people can like it. Yeah, people can like it. It's just the fact of it's not for everyone. Even I'm kind of like, Berserk does it better. Berserk covers similar themes in a way that I like more. Lolly, will you read me a bedtime story, pretty please? Alright, children, we're going to be looking at Operation Northwoods. She's 8 too. Okay, she probably shouldn't be watching Devilman, though. Like, not even going to lie. Ew. Cycle of violence. At least it does it. At least it does it in a way that is creative. Where it's literally divine punishment from God. It's like, yeah, that's at least creative. It's like I will lock the devil into a cycle where he will grow to love a single human, and every single time they will die. It's like, you know what? That's pretty fucking mean. That's pretty Old Testament. Desensitize the child, make her a sociopath. My hope is she just saw, like, the out-of-context dub clips where it's, like, just all the characters swearing in very stilted English. That's my hope, because it's like, yeah. Like, I wouldn't let an 8-year-old watch Devilman. I'd be like, hey, we can watch, like, Dragon Ball? You know, let's watch Dragon Ball Z, you know? Something that's, you know, it can be fucked up, at least it's funny. Have you ever watched The Melancholy of Haru Suzumiya? Not in a long-ass time. Like, Jesus Christ. That's been so long ago. I don't really remember a lot of it, either. What about the 1972 animated? It was like 80s, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's the one I'm talking about, with the out-of-context swearing, because the dub back then was, like, hilariously bad, because it was a fucking 80s anime dub. DBZ would ironically be better. Well, I mean, it's just, it's you know, DBZ is way easier to get into for a lot of people. Because, I mean, DBZ's good. That's one of those where even if you have issues with it, where I do think as it goes on, it dips a little too into, oh, you thought bad guy was dead, but now he's stronger than ever. It does dip into that. But you fucking earned the legacy. Like, that's a nitpick among, like, something that is a literal cultural milestone for Latin America, so who am I to fucking judge? Maybe I just have bad taste. I let my oldest kid watch Berserk Golden Age Trilogy because she asked while I was watching. She's preteen and handled pretty well. If you know they can handle it, I don't really see a reason to be a Nazi about it. It's just one of those of like, don't be afraid to bonk them on the head. Even if you feel like a hypocrite, don't be afraid to bonk them on the head and be like, no, don't go watching this in front of people, you know? It's like, understand that, like, hey, this is like heavy material. You know? Because, yeah, you kind of want kids to kind of feel like they're getting away with watching it, where it's like, ooh, I'm watching something I'm not supposed to. Every kid kind of likes that, you know, where they get to watch an R-rated movie when their parents aren't home, shit like that, so. You know, let them have that little memory and that little story to tell people. Just, you know, within reason. That's the important part, within reason. One of the things I loved about Yoru War Devil is the tragedy of empathy as her superpower. She has to sacrifice what she values for power. The more she loves, the greater sacrifice. Yeah, it makes what's happening with Denji all the more fucked up. It's like, man, the more Asa like actually cares about him, the more painful this is probably gonna be. I remember watching Terminator a lot when I was younger. As stated, like, everyone has that memory of that thing they know they shouldn't have watched, but they got away with it. I watched South Park all the time as a kid when I knew I was not supposed to be watching South Park. The only time you should really stop a kid from watching something is if they think the person in the mirror is a real person. Yeah, shit like that. It's like, you know, allow kids to... The way I say, the way I view it is, allow a kid to dip a toe into fucked up stuff, but don't be afraid to immediately rip them out and be like, okay, we're watching SpongeBob instead. You know, that kind of thing. Where it's like, you get to get away with it once or twice, but, you know, stick to what's appropriate for your age. As stated, you'll feel like a hypocrite because you remember all the times where you're like, well, I wanted to watch this when I was a kid, my parents wouldn't let me. It's important to set those boundaries. How old are you? 25. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy was my shit back in the day. Oh, hell yeah. That and Courage and Johnny Bravo, Ed, Ed and Eddie. God, that shit was so good. Uncle, Mama, what is Rio doing? Now, funny enough, the actual City Hunter anime I could see that being watched by kids. It's basically just Johnny Bravo with gunfights. There isn't really anything that explicit in it, which is funny because then you read the manga and it's full of explicit stuff. I accidentally saw a rape scene on like either Death Wish 2 or 3 as a kid. I think it was 2. Because the first one had a rape scene, and I think the second one did too. Might have been all 3 for all I fucking know. Death Wish was not afraid of rape. You want to go from 7 Deadly Sins to Monster. Yeah, yeah. Sailor Moon, DBZ, Yu Yu Hakusho, my first animes on Toonami as a kid. Yep, those are all the ones that got licensed. Which Sailor Moon, I mean, that's... God knows how many fucking girls were raised off Sailor Moon. Yeah, Death Wish 2. Yeah, yeah. City Hunter is just Johnny Bravo anime. I'm not even lying. People that have seen it, you know what I'm fucking talking about. It is literally Johnny Bravo, but anime. I wouldn't even be shocked if, like, because I've never seen the actual original dub of it. It came out before Johnny Bravo, but if they ever do like a redub, or if there's like a parody dub out there, there's no doubt Rio is just voiced like Johnny Bravo. I would bet that, like, I would bet $1 million on that, because he literally is. It's just, you know, his catchphrase instead of sounding like Elvis is just Makari. You know, it's like Makari, you know, that shit. Outlaw Star is so neglected. Johnny Bravo anime, that sounds awesome. It is. I like it a lot. Now, I stated, manga's different. Manga actually has some teeth to it, but the anime is good for a commercial where you understand the characters, you understand the world, and you can, what the hell's going on there? It's a good introduction to City Hunter. And it has, like, bits and pieces of important stuff, like, the biggest kind of through line in City Hunter, because, you know, you have... Every story is about two things. You have the main plot, and then you have what the story actually is about. Where you have Berserk, which is a story about, you know, a mercenary trying to get revenge on the guy who fucked him over. And the actual story is a guy trying to protect the woman he loves. You know, that kind of thing. That's North Star is similar, where it's a guy traveling around the wasteland trying to, you know, right wrongs and fuck people up and be like the order that the wasteland needs. And the actual story is he's trying to find the woman he loves. A lot of that shit. City Hunter is very similar, where the story is a mercenary in Japan, does various jobs, and kind of has like fun flavor of the week adventures, where he's getting into new hijinks, trying to seduce women, and the actual story is about him and his partner slowly growing closer and eventually falling in love and getting married. Love interests end up being pretty fucking crucial in a lot of times. One of my favorite pieces of Japanese media was Battle Royale by Koshin Takami, which, yes, is better than Hunger Games, almost like Lord of the Flies, but it's Japanese anime. Well, yeah, like, Battle Royale took the concept and actually played with it as a horror story, where it's like, hey, this is really fucked up. Do you think that a Red Dead Redemption 2 1 live action is going to happen? I would like to. That'd be one where you can make it work in live action, but I don't know if it should. Okay, kid, we're going to watch The Warriors. Never mind, we're going to watch Sausage Party. Oh, wait, director, stop the show. That's supposed to be part of the script. You can show a kid The Warriors just fine. I mean, the actual movie. The book is where you get into some stuff. Some serious stuff. I feel like there's a through line where you know by pure vibe, okay, this is a little too much for you, let's turn this off and watch Pokemon. Like, if I had a kid, I'm at least waiting until 12 years old, start showing up things like Monster, because it's not serious, but they're serious enough. Oh, yeah. As stated, you will just kind of know. You'll kind of know where it's like, listen, is this really appropriate to show in front of a kid? Age gap relations are at least serviceable for readers to have to show that the younger party isn't being manipulated and the older party has to be passive. I'm not sure what brought that on, but, okay. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Ever play the Warriors games? One of my favorites, best movie to video game adaptation. Yep, by Rockstar. They actually do it pretty damn well. The Warriors book likes trains a lot more. Yeah. I think the edgelord that actually fights for love is my fave trope recently. Berserk, yeah, is one of the best examples of it. And I stayed, you know, I really like how City Hunter does it. I really like, the anime only really sort of touches on it and points, where it's not really, it's not really emphasized as much as it is in the manga. The actual manga, it's a lot more important. But basically, the whole storyline in City Hunter, let me get a drink real quick. The whole storyline in City Hunter, in the beginning of it, is you have Ryo Saiba, who is a hitman in Japan. Outright an assassin. He runs XYZ, which is a company that takes on any job. Any job. So if you want a bodyguard, he's a bodyguard. If you want an assassin, he's an assassin. Very, very good one, too. He's like a legitimate gunslinger. Well, his partner, a guy by the name of Makimura, is killed one day. He's killed investigating a cartel that is operating in Japan. And Rio has to take care of his sister, a woman by the name of Kaori, or Kaori. How do you say her fucking name? But, the thing is, Rio's whole thing is he is a massive fucking pervert who will sleep with any woman he thinks is pretty. If there's like a supermodel, he'll try to bang her. If it's, you have Psycho, who's a female detective, constantly trying to bang her. Literally has a list of favors that she owes him that she just never pays on, because why would she? Shit like that. And the ironic thing is, Kaori is a massive 80s tomboy. They make constant jokes that she looks like a boy and is not up to Rio standards. But the through line throughout it is that they grow closer and closer, and by the end of it, they get married. So that's kind of the story of City Hunter, quote unquote, where they go through different misadventures and all that shit. Kaori, yeah, something like that. Or Kaori, yeah. Kaori. I can't fucking say it. Take care of her or take care of her? Both. Makimura genuinely would have been okay with Rio getting together with Kaori. It's just the fact that Rio in the beginning doesn't want to do it because it's like, listen, you're my buddy's sister, so that to me is weird. Not so much that it's weird, but it's like he just died, and it's like, dude, that feels wrong. That's in the Barbie movie. I never saw it, but I don't get the attention it's supposed to give. I don't care to watch it. I don't want to. I pronounce it like calorie, but without L to piss people off. Yeah, I don't know how to fucking say it. It's Kaori, or... Because you kind of need to have the Japanese accent to enunciate it properly, where it's like, Kaori. That's kind of the way that they say it in the show. They also just call her Makimura, because that is her last name. He has a code. He does have a code. Because he genuinely very much respected his friend, and his friend was murdered in a really fucked up way. And as I say, there's a lot of... They go through a lot of stuff together, and, it makes sense by the end. You at least need to know how the word is supposed to be pronounced. As stated, I know how it's supposed to sound, but, I can't get my mouth to make it work, so fuck it. Oddly enough, if you speak Spanish, you can actually pronounce it no problem. Yeah. Oh, we're right there, so. Apostle. The re is like Lee, you need the accent, become moon person, slanted eyes. A perv with a code? My nigga. Yeah, he does genuinely have a code where it's like, girls that are underage, he will not touch. Married is another one where it's like, if you're a widow, he'll go after you, but if you're married, he immediately just like, nope. Unless in certain cases he wants to fuck with somebody. Like if he's messing with a guy, yeah, he'll hit on a wife. Pervert without a code is a hentai pro tag. Yeah. And the joke with Rio is that he always goes too far and ends up just scaring the chick off or pissing her off, and he gets his ass beat. Like I said, it's literally Johnny Bravo humor. Is not touching underage girls really a code, though? He needs more Riz. Rio actually has pretty good Riz. Pretty good drip. The problem is, yeah, personality-wise. Like, the thing is, when Rio is not a horny bastard, he's legitimately a very, very good assassin. He can infiltrate places. He's very, very good with a gun. Actually, legit, pretty fucking dangerous dude. It's just when his pecker starts working, out of nowhere, his brain gets scrambled, and he ends up getting into trouble. And that's kind of the fun part of it, where sometimes he's actually aware that that's happened, and it's like, oh, you think I'm going to fall for that? So he's actually able to control himself and play it against people. Other times, no, a dude literally just has to throw a bra on the floor, and he's jumping after it. Rio, whoa, mama. Yeah, literally. There's a ton of jokes like that. There's a ton of jokes like that. As stated, you know, I would like to like sit down and do like a watch through of one of the movies with everybody, because as stated, we do have Twitch, and we just, you know, don't save the VOD, just don't save it, and it should be fine. Yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun. We could watch the 2019 one, because I actually like that one a lot. The 2019 movie was a lot of fun. Would you recommend getting into this game? If you have the right group to play it with, or you really like Final Fantasy stuff, hell yeah. Does he hunt cities, though? He calls himself City Hunter, yes. Rotisserie, $5. Speaking of tomboys, just got back from movie night with GF. Showed her the first 2 Terminators. She was skeptic at first, but loved both by the end. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, bad guys can have standards. Wolfwood from Trigun's a good example. He is not a good man, but he'll fucking go Robocop on a game competitors. Yeah. Well, Rio is explicitly a good guy. As much as I say he's a hitman assassin, he's never portrayed like a morally ambiguous light. He is a good guy. Like, his rule is he only takes jobs from beautiful women. And a lot of time they are legitimately just women trying to get help. Rio, my mama warned me about girls like you. I was hoping she was right. I love Johnny Bravo. I love that so much. That was funny as hell. Is the King of the Hill reboot dead yet? Please, God, don't let that show happen. Yeah, they lost Dale. It's like, fuck, what are they gonna do now? I wish I could be a badass merc. I do like his friend, Umibozo. Umibozo, that was his name. Actually cool dude. He starts off as kind of a joke character where he is like the most stereotypical mercenary that's ever done mercenary shit. He's like a big bald dude with like sunglasses and a mustache, like, you know, complete fucking joke, but he ends up being a pretty great character. Like, a pretty great character that actually pulls more bitches than Rio. Like, Rio's whole thing is he constantly chases after women, and he's so annoying that they get pissed off and they don't want to deal with him. It's only women that have no choice but to rely on him for help that eventually kind of starts, you know, warming up to him, being like, you know what, he's alright, he's alright. Some have crushes. Umibozo, like, just unironically has women fall in love with him. He's had it happen like 4 times. And then he canonically gets a chick who ends up being pretty fucking cool with Mickey, or Miki. Wolfwood got the tall, klutzy girl, yeah. Bozo is real, nigga. No, I'm talking about, like, a character from City Hunter. Maybe he's based off a real dude, but it's like, no, they call him Umibozo, and it's a character in the show. Joseph's gonna end up being soy if Reboot King the Hill happens? Oh, no. That'd be the ultimate insult to Dale. Giant Bravo, 2 Giant Bravo type characters in competition of a girl would be a funny series. Yeah, that could be funny. It's like Pepe Le Pew and Johnny Bravo, yeah. So he gets bitches and stacks paper. Yeah. Like, unironically, he gets bitches. Got any oil recommendations for making fried chicken at home? Trying to think of anything that's not a vegetable, because vegetable oil is pretty bad for you, and to me it affects the taste. It doesn't taste that good. You can try beef tallow, like some kind of tallow, like some kind of fat. That could actually be really good. Losing Luann and Lucky was bad enough, but Dale, they could have moved away, but one of the main 4 being gone's a tough sell. Oh yeah, especially since he was one of the best of the main 4. Everyone loved Dale's shit. Like, he was one of the funniest characters. I know it's a character from the show. I'm saying he's the realest nigga. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, he is. He real as fuck. He legit as fuck. And I really like, in the 2019 movie, Shinjuku Private Eyes, it is literally just a love letter to City Hunter. It is a really long episode that goes through all the tropes, and they just move it to modern day. It's in, like, 2019. It is in the time frame that it came out. So, you have shit like, like a chick posts a request to XYZ with her smartphone. That's what I mean. The characters are all their age from the manga. They're all like 20s, 30s, and stuff like that. They've just been pushed up to be in the modern era instead of the 80s. Though they do make a joke that confused me when I first watched it, where so the main chick in the movie, who the plot revolves around, the client that they need to help out, posts a request to XYZ, and Rio notices her on the street. A bunch of guys go to mess with her, beat her up, rape her, typical bad guy stuff, and Rio beats the shit out of him. Well, as soon as he notices that it's a pretty lady, he goes into his full, Coomer mockery mode and tries to jump on her, and Kaori hits him with the hammer. The classic bit where she beats him with the hammer, and she just screams, "It's not the 80s anymore." And the thing is, all the voice actors in the movie are the ones from the series, like the original anime. So they sound old as fuck. Kaori especially sounds like a middle-aged woman. So I was legit prepared for them to go, yeah, I mean, the characters are, like, the characters aged up since the 80s, and they're, like, in their 40s, 50s now. It's like, that'd be interesting, but no, it's just they aged, they moved the time frame to the modern era, and they made that one joke as, like, a fourth wall break. It's like, okay. That's still fun. But, yeah, in the movie, you get, like, you get, like, a lot of fun fan service moments, like, Umibozo and Mickey, or Miki. I keep calling her Mickey, but that's not her name. It's Miki, But they get, like, a fun moment where they both have to fight off an army of, like, drone robots together, and they kind of get, like, a big fight scene. It's like, oh, it's pretty fun. You never really get to see them fight in the anime or anything like that, because by the time she's introduced, it's kind of already winding down. They do establish she is a commando. It's just the fact of, like, by the time they get to her, didn't really have time for her to do anything. You also get Cat's Eye, the spin-off, not even spin-off. Before City Hunter, Tsukasa did a series called Cat's Eye. Cat's Eye is about 3 sisters who are thieves that go around trying to steal all the artwork their father created before he died, because it was stolen and sold off, and it ruined his legacy, basically. But basically, the Cat's Eye girls show up, and they want to help out the City Hunter people. And you find out that the cafe that Umibozo and Miki work at is literally called Cat's Eye, and is owned by the Cat's Eye girls. In leotards, yes, in leotards. Every piece of music is some theme from the anime, both Cat's Eye and City Hunter. A lot of 80s music. I mean, it is just a fun movie. Didn't Cat's Eye do a Lupin crossover? Yes, because Cat's Eye ended up being pretty popular itself. Cat's Eye was actually what Tsukasa did before City Hunter. I think I mentioned that before. And it was its own legitimate series that was ongoing, and I think ended only a little bit after City Hunter ended. Rotisserie, $5. Which heroine hero do you like more, Sarah Connor or Ellen Ripley? Personally, I love Rip's arc in Aliens as the grieving mother. I always like Ripley. Just because, like, she has so many great fuck you moments to these xenomorphs. Sarah does too, but Ripley just has so much more, and it's great. She sets the eggs on fire in front of the queen out of sheer spite. Like, that was a hate move. So this is actually going to be one of the more fun dungeons. I like the manor a lot. It's fun. But before that, I want to make sure I'm caught up on Streamlabs. We are good. Okay. But yeah, so that's it. 2019 City Hunter movie, pretty fucking fun. Pretty damn fun. And we're going to have... So the Jackie Chan movie related to the City Hunter anime. It is an adaptation of City Hunter, but it's doing its own thing. It's more of a Jackie Chan movie, and it's just... Jackie's technically Rio, but it's, it's doing its own thing, and a lot of people in Japan don't like it. Gintama, funny enough to rope it back to that, there's the episode where Yamazaki's trying to infiltrate Katsura's terrorist group, and he has to take an exam in order to join. And half the questions he finds out are just making fun of the Hong Kong City Hunter movie, where it's like, Yamazaki even goes, listen, that wasn't Jackie Chan's fault. That's literally how they word it. It's fucking great. Isn't there a spinoff with his wife dying and Heart being transplanted to someone else? Yes, that's Angel Heart. Angel Heart was actually ongoing up until like 2010. And the idea was it was a soft what-if sequel. It's not canon, it's a spinoff, but the idea is Kaori dies in a car accident the day after her and Ryo get married. Because she jumps in the way of a moving car to save somebody that otherwise would have been hit. So she ends up becoming brain dead, and they decide to pull her off life support. So she's used as an organ donor, and an assassin in Taiwan comes to Japan and ends up almost being killed. And it fucks up her heart specifically. Like, her heart is injured and, like, almost kills her. So she ends up getting a transplant, and it's Kaori's heart. Well, City Hunter always sort of played with psychics as a concept. So it goes with the idea that when you receive an organ from a transplant victim, you can receive their memories. So she's trying to figure out why the job that killed her went so bad, and find out more about who Kaori is and why she keeps thinking of a guy called Ryo. And it's a sort of what-if sequel. Some people really like it. Like I said, it's one of those where I don't really care for it just because of the fact of, like, you know, it's sort of the bottoms thing to me. It's not even like it's not even like it is full on like Shining Heresy, but it's it gave me that vibe of like the entire fucking series was about her and Ryo getting closer and falling in love. So, you know, having that as the sequel, it kind of feels to me a little like I don't know if I can get into it. Resistor Taylor's, what are your thoughts on Alien Isolation? I liked a little bit that I played, but I've never sat down and finished it. Yeah, I really like this dungeon. I like the whole Castlevania Manor thing. It's fucking cool. Well, this fucked up the day after they got married. Yeah, it's pretty tragic. Este, the manga actually got pretty grim. And it is something that fucks Ryo up pretty bad. And you kind of start seeing the girl that receives Kaori's heart as like a daughter figure. It was like the sequel missed the mark appeal of the main material. Not even that, because Este, it's not canon. So you don't have to worry about it. It's just kind of a what-if. Does this game give you bots so you don't have to play with others? Yes. Up until you get to the patch quests, but even then you can just desync for those, so you can just run it yourself. And by the time you get to the patch quests, you're going to be so over-leveled it's not going to matter. Unless you ran something like a healer, in which case you're fucked. Gonna catch you later. Was fun listening to you talk about Japanese like Nicky Larson. Yeah, the fucking like translation name. For some reason they call him Nicky Larson. Because his name is Ryo Saiba. So you gotta find a way to break that into English, you know, in mid-80s where you don't give two fists of a fuck about authenticity. It's an iffy spinoff. Yeah. It's a spinoff / soft sequel. Highly recommend finishing it. Some of the sequences are massive love letter to the first and second film. I plan to. It's just, you know, the pace is what gets me. It's like, man, I have to go through all this. I will sit down and finish it. It's just one of those. I gotta play it in bursts. I'm gonna ask a serious question. Was watching OG Dragon Ball in the old anime, and then started crying. My mindset was, I'm never gonna see anything original like this ever again. Am I depressed? Yeah, because there's tons of original stuff that came out. I mean, Zom 100's, you know, coming out, and that's been pretty fucking sick so far. Do you watch most YouTubers, or do you own thing and touch grass? Kind of a mix. I have the staple of channels I like, you know, Red Letter Media, Mandalore Gaming, and Set. But I don't really branch beyond that. I'm not really loyal to YouTube culture, you know what I mean? In fact, I'm gonna be honest here, YouTube culture can go fucking burn. I was legit too scared to finish Alien Isolation the first few hours. It's good. It's good. It's just as stated, you can kind of end up just being, you know, whittled down by the pace and just be a little like, I'm gonna play this tomorrow and then just never touch it again. There's a YouTube culture? Oh yeah. And you see it if you especially pay attention to like commentary types where they'll talk about the YouTube culture and it's like, oh god. People who unironically go to VidCon, that kind of shit. Trying to make YouTube videos was awful. Trying to make videos is fun. It's, you know, I don't like the other people involved. Watch Technologize, wait 11 episodes for it to actually start, then get depressed when it ends. Yeah, there you go. Linus fanboys are a great example. Yeah, bet they're having fun right now. Which do you prefer, Secret and Nim or American Tail? I've not watched either in so fucking long that I genuinely don't remember. I think I liked American Tail more. I mean that circle of we hate each other drama, we love each other drama, we hate each other. Yeah, that kind of shit, yeah. Blatant engagement farming, I hate that shit. I hate the thumbnail. And as soon as I say it, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. Where it's cropped picture of streamer, channel, what have you, doing like an over-the-top expression, and then edited on top of that to be even more over-the-top, like big eyes or flames behind them when they're shooting lasers out their eyes. Like, I hate that. I hate that. It looks so bad. I legit am just like, ugh. It feels so, like, artificial. Mandalore streamed those Gartina Bonbon games. Couldn't figure out the devs was being a grifter or legit. I don't know what those are. Stream Jack face. That, yeah, there you go. Stream Jack, there you go. I hate that shit. As much as everyone goes like, oh man, your thumbnails could be better, it's like, I prefer just screenshot of whatever I'm talking about way more than Stream Jack. I hate that so much. Islamic Skeleton $2. American Tail Nostalgia Critic would be ashamed. I don't even remember. I don't remember which one I liked more. I think I just liked American Tail more. Is what attracts children the most, that's why they use it. Yeah, I think that is the problem. And I'm just like, eh. Mascot a horror game, hashtag, you know, 19 million. I don't really care about them, let's be honest. Yeah, a lot of people don't really see an issue with it. It's just one of those of, I look at it and I'm just like, ugh, this rubs me the wrong way. Yeah, boy. Yeah, now we're kind of getting into like mid-tier A Realm Reborn, so now you're actually seeing the gameplay, which is avoid AoE. Silly face was supposed to be a meme, not rule of YouTube law. Exactly. Ugh. I do like the idea of making my own thumbnails. Some people really like it. And like I said, it's purely a personal thing where I just don't like engagement farm thumbnails. That's my whole thing. That's American Psycho. I really like it. It's really fucking good. Not very scary, but I don't even think it's really trying to be. Lately I've been seeing a lot of people putting a black background, the name, future of the channel, and those mostly I'm considering quitting because you aren't watching. Yeah, that's another form of engagement baiting where it's like, guys, I might leave. It's fear of missing out. It's an actual marketing term. Fear of missing out is you build up some kind of event or some kind of thing and make people scared of missing out on it. A lot of live stream events can do that. That's also why you have the option to not save VODs where it's like, well, you might not be able to watch it, you know, that kind of thing. Mostly everyone knows it from microtransactions, from shit like Destiny 2, where it's like, hey, don't you want this elite armor set? Oh boy, you might miss it. And it's like, eh, fuck you. It's called FOMO. Yeah, fear of missing out. I'd love to see Red Dead Redemption 2 thumbnail with Claire's ass surrounded by a meme with Ada in the corner to go along with the title. Oh, Resident Evil 2. Okay, I was like, what the fuck do they have to do with Red Dead Redemption? Oh, jeez. Anus Unis was exactly that. I don't know what that is. Sometimes I miss Jim making fun and ridiculing YouTube culture and people. Him dying is unironically the death of an era, when people didn't give a fuck about the internet. At least in the sense of, like, the new internet, where, no, I don't care if I lose a YouTube account, I can just make a new one, you know, that kind of thing. No, everyone has to be deathly loyal to it all. It's like, man, the day he dies, we're gonna feel a shift in the world, and it's not gonna be for the better. Oh yeah, I only got upset at that when your Salad Bar did it, since I liked his David Cage videos, even though he did Kami Sipping and Disco Elysium. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of the YouTube people, quote unquote, end up following that same path where they all drama horror, they all bitch about their engagement, you know, my engagement. YouTube's really fucking me, guys. It's really limiting what I can do as a creator, that kind of shit. And they all say soft lefty shit. Sometimes not even soft, they go full on lefty shit. Like, they all have the same opinions over and over and over again, and it gets to a point of, like, can anyone do anything different? You still got Jersh. Yeah, but Josh is also, like, losing his mind trying to keep Kiwi Farms up, so I don't know if he, I don't know. I genuinely hope Jim doesn't die even if he doesn't come back to the internet. Yeah, same. Especially with the way he's going out, it's like, man, that's shit you don't want on anybody. D2 removed content and then released it in a future DLC. People are literally playing the same content. Yeah, that's why I don't play Destiny. I play FF14, or at least the content I'm paying money for is more than worth it, because it's made by dudes who are also massive nerds about it. Noah's reached nihilism rating stage 8, and I'm not even shocked. Hell, Jim went on some pretty nihilistic rants not too long ago. Hit the archive channel for Noel's streams recently as well, yeah. All because he made fun of fucking Liz Fong Jones. Keffels was the one that took the credit, but it was mainly Liz Fong Jones. All because he made fun of him and went like, hey, you're an actual fucking rapist. Dude's been on like a blood vendetta to get Kiwi Farm shut down, because it has evidence of him being a rapist. Because people are so fucking stupid that they're like, hey, but, you know, don't they know that, you know, KF killed some people? It's like, no, they didn't. You know, there was a statement I saw on Twitter not too long ago that really fucking explained the issue right now going on in the world. It was, a guy was talking to his cousin about the Michael Brown shooting. If anyone remembers, Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot, all that. And the chick was saying all the typical lefty shit. It was racist, the cops killed him when he was surrendering, all that. The guy literally sat her down and showed her every little bit of evidence from the trial. The fact the cop's blood was on Brown's shirt, the security footage of Brown aiming, you know, going for the gun, robbing the store beforehand, literally showed in no uncertain words what fucking happened and that Brown was a criminal. And at the time, they're like, oh, well, okay, I see what you mean. The very next day on Facebook, the very fucking next day, the chick is repeating all the same shit about Michael Brown. Literally saying it's a racist shooting, the cops are evil, this and that. Out one ear, you know, in one ear, out the fucking other, despite the dude literally showing her undebatable proof what happened. That's the issue we have right now, where people can be shown in no uncertain terms what fucking happened, but because people are so fucking dead set on peacocking to their fucking party, they're refusing to budge on fucking anything. Josh basically dehuman from the world. Don't agree with some of his views, I wouldn't blame him for feeling that way. Yeah. Ugh. I'm split on Kiwi Farms. On one hand, it exploits its power with doxing, but also exposes sick pieces of shit like Keffels. It's one of those where it's not even really as bad of an issue anymore as it was. Back in the day, it was kind of an issue of, like, if they heard your name, they want to gun after you. But it was also, you know, it was a place where all the quickie people wanted to go, and, you know, already that circle's kind of nuts. But at the same time, if you were just some Randy, you know, like some Randy on Facebook, there wasn't really a reason why they would want to gun after you. It's like, yeah, you're boring, who gives a shit? You usually had to go out of your way, like go out of your fucking way to get, you know, their attention. Which at that point, you know what you're fucking doing. You're putting yourself in trouble. Rotisserie $5. Thoughts on AVP as a whole. Personally, I love the comics, games, and some of the first film. AVP 2010 multiplayer is fun as fuck. I do really like it. I really like how they expands on the Predator lore, because I love Predators. You know, the Yachwa. I love that shit. They're nuts, but they're the nuts as Reddit. Yeah, there you go, exactly. That's the standard. They're bad, but are they as bad as Reddit? I wouldn't even really say they're bad. There's a lot of really innocuous threads on KF where they're just talking about movies or some shit. It's like, it's not as crazy, and when it does get as crazy, it's because someone did something so over the top that they're like, okay, what the fuck just happened? There's a legitimate case of cognitive dissonance, such as the case of the majority of lefties. Yeah, I mean, it's like, everyone's so desperate and you know, to kind of stick with their party, and no one ever wants to be seen as if they're stepping over the line, even though it's not about that. It's like, it's not about stepping over a line, it's agreeing on reality. I'm more of a xenomorph guy. That is fair. Xenomorphs as a concept are fucking awesome. Farm system, batch of crazy people on it. Yeah, it is a public forum. I mean, anyone can make an account. Okay, I say anyone. Now anyone with a fucking onion link can make an account, but... I mean, it was a thing where it's just... I get it. You know, it is a scary concept to people, especially if you buy into a lot of the horror stories, but the horror stories themselves are made by people that... You look into them, and they're pretty fucking shady. I mean, that's it. Some of the biggest promulgators of the Kiwi Farms killed some people thing are people who they themselves have killed people. Like fucking Zoe Quinn. Space System 13 is the best Aliens game. I did hear it's a lot of fun, but the problem is you gotta find a way to run Space System 13. Because there's not enough supercomputers in the world to work. You like Moist Critical and some ordinary gamers? I think they're kind of the embodiment of sell your soul to the devil. It's like they wanna stay on top of the YouTube, you know, sphere, so they end up making some really batshit dumb out of touch takes even they probably don't agree with. I will say Critical at least tries to be amicable. Like it's weird where like there's moments where it seems like they want to go back to like old, you know, shit posting on 4chan, where they want to go back to that. They want to go back to posting on B and shit like that. And it's like, man, if only those days. But then they remember, oh right, we have agents now, and we have people telling us, you know, we have people telling us like this is what we're supposed to post at this time, and this is our take on this situation. It's like, yeah, it kind of hits you that cold reality of, even if they want to go back to that, there's no way they'd be able to. Didn't someone fake their death to get at Kiwi Farms? Yeah, Bew. Bew is not dead. They went out of their way to look up every single foreign national that died in Japan, and Bew was not on that list. In fact, no one died in Japan on the fucking year they said they did, foreign nationals wise. They would have to literally be considered a Japanese resident, which you are. If you are not an actual Japanese resident born and raised in Japan, you're not considered one. Simon's Skeleton 2 hours. Alien bug people suck. Big crab Norseman for life. Is Sog even that big? He's a multi-million sub channel, yes. Like, there's people that unironically think he doesn't monetize his videos. It's like, dude, he's a multi-million sub channel. There's no way he doesn't. If I ever see Zoe Quinn, I'm hitting her with a car, never feeling bad about it. I won't go so far as to Fed post, but I will just go like, yeah, you killed a guy. I mean, his quality legit doesn't look that big. Well, you can actually stretch yourself pretty far just doing vlog shit. You'd actually be amazed. It's funny how they say they hate Reddit when their humor is Reddit personified. Yeah. The sellout never understands that they are themselves a sellout. View, who I think created VS NES. Yeah. Actually, legit, very smart when it came to emulators, but as a person was a massive fucking spurg, which, I mean, kind of comes with the territory. Genius and madness. Anyone notable on YouTube has made it their job, gets mad money. Yeah. And that's kind of what leads them into selling out their principles, which, I mean, it's something to where we can say we don't like it. We can say, like, hey, that's really fucked up, but they view it as leaving money on the table, so there's no getting through. I mean, hell, look at how many people did the established title shit, and then when that turned on them, they immediately went towards, oh yeah, well, I never liked established titles anyway. I just got it ironically. It's like, no, you didn't. You got it because they offered big fucking money. I think they stole N64 source code after some Nintendo leaks for N64 emulator. Yeah, it was something like that. As a genuinely impressive emulator. It's just, you know, View as a human being was fucking crazy. We stream Armored Core 6 next week. I don't see why we wouldn't. It looks really fun. Kamen Rider is the best manga adaptation. I do hear some people really like the Kamen Rider manga. I've never read it. I saw your video on TJ Kirk. Wow, I couldn't believe the Amazing Atheist to do that to a schizophrenic girl. Yeah, that was probably the highlight Lone did. Yeah, reading about that legitimately made my stomach turn, and I'm like, holy fucking shit. This guy is gonna claim moral high ground on anything? It's fucked up. It's fucked up. There you go. I was trashing Sekiro last stream, then this week I gave it a genuine try and it's genuinely pretty okay. Sorry, I was wrong. As stated, when you go into it with the right mindset, it's a lot easier to get through. I would make fun of Zoe for the he stuck his fingers in and make me walk in the big allegation. Yeah, one of the most over-the-top stories that, you know, I'm pretty sure if you ask her about it, she's like, hey, you know, that never happened, / I don't want to talk about that. Not for the reason of it traumatized me, but because you're reminding her of when she killed a guy. I will never get over the fact that Writer gave back the source code to StarCraft to Blizzard. Peak consumers' behavior, imagine being loyal to that company. Right? It's like, no, fuck you. Fuck Blizzard. That was another case of what I mean by I don't like YouTube culture, which is, oh, everyone rode the bandwagon and talked about how evil Blizzard was when the news came out, but come Overwatch 2, they were all streaming it. Come Diablo 4, they were all playing it. They're making videos about how Diablo 4 disappointed them. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Is Zoe Quinn the GF from the Night in the Woods dude? Yeah, Alcoholica. The guy that she accused of rape to further her own career. His family turned on him, and then he killed himself. For a story that would later be completely torn to pieces. Alright. The shill cache ran out, yeah. Like, nothing is more emblematic of what's wrong with modern internet personality culture than the fucking Can You Pet the Dog account. Where that motherfucker is going on such a massive shit fit over Hogwarts Legacy. And talking like, oh man, fuck you if you play this, fuck you, you don't care about your trans friends. Then people point out, remember when you worked with Blizzard right after the fucking allegations happened? And they're like, well, listen, not every dev there is responsible for it. It's like, I don't give a shit if every dev there is responsible for it or not. They represent a company that is accused of killing a woman. It's like, fuck you. These companies have to face some form of punishment at some point. Alright. Breast milk bandito. Motherfucker's still bitching about Hogwarts. Well, to be fair, it was when the Hogwarts shit was happening. It was when it was happening, a bunch of accounts were trying to moral high ground, but the Blizzard allegations happened first. So... But if you mean like people are still doing it to this day, oh yeah, yeah. remember right, he buffs that guy, so I want to kill him first. I mean, to be fair, who the fuck put breast milk in the company fridge? Motherfucker was asking for it to be stolen. Well, I mean, the assumption is it's like nursing mothers who have to bring their infants to work or something like that. It's like, for the love of God, don't fucking steal breast milk. Poor Pikmin, she didn't deserve what happened. Yeah, that's another case of like, holy shit, you all know you did something fucked up. Like, it was the Grey Griffin, we worked things out tweets, but on a mass scale where it's like, well, we didn't do anything wrong, fuck you for having a problem with it. It's like, man, you're exactly what's wrong with this culture. Worst type of engagement farm is shit like Daphne in interviews outed pedo John Bob. Yeah, where everyone's just running fucking pedo into the ground over and over and over again in order, basically just to get outrage clicks where it's like, oh my god, I mean, it's a very fucking serious allegation. But because they're so desperate, you know, everyone's so desperate for a pedophile scalp that they're actively going out of their way to fuck over innocent people. Sometimes not even innocent people, they're just bumbling the fucking investigation so bad that, you know, they're not reporting anything to the fucking cops and they're just letting shit slide. It's like a whole lot of fucking problems. Social media has done much worse to the world than any good. God forbid people act professional work. Exactly, it's like, they're running pedo into the ground for the maps. I don't think it's anything like that. The map movements, quote unquote, is just sex weirdos that don't understand that. No, if you talk to people in real life, they'll kill you. But yeah, but it's not like an intentional thing. It's basically people need a shock word. They need like the worst thing to ever call you, and we've gone through multiple different ones. Not so much like full-on slur, but similar principle where it's the most outrageous word you can think of. That's why a lot of shit, you know, was called like Nazi back in the day or something like that. We need a bloody parchment. I think I actually left that down there. You know, a lot of shit was called like Nazi and stuff like that, you know, to freak people out and make them pay attention. Because you have an engagement farm culture where everyone has to constantly always find a way to get people to click on their shit. So, pedo is still the universal evil, where it's like, hey, this is the one thing where if you have any semblance of a conscience, people can agree it's fucked up and wrong. Words that's as effective as heretic or witch. Exactly. The easiest thing to call you to socially ostracize you. So they go with pedophile. Because, I mean, yeah, it's a universal problem. Like, no one likes the idea of their kid being touched or someone touching their kid. It's like, no, it's the one thing that instinctually gets people angry, you know. And it just so happens to be the thing to call somebody where you don't need hard proof. Is the stream down? On my end, it's good. On my end, it's good, but it might act weird with YouTube shit. But it's the universal fuck you. You know, you can't call someone a murderer because if you call them that without proof, you look ridiculous. You can't call somebody a racist because people just spin that on you and call you an idiot. You know, so you need something sharper. So pedophile, because that's something to where if you accuse somebody of it, there's no way they can really rub it off. You know, rapist used to be the big one. You know, like rapist, sex offender, but then they rode that into the dirt with Me Too, and so everyone takes rape shit with a grain of salt. Not all the time. I mean, there's still diehard tumble rights where you accuse somebody of rape, they're grabbing the guillotine. Doesn't matter the context, but pedophile is the one where if you call somebody that, that is the epitome of the lie gets halfway across the world before the truth gets its pants on, because by the time they're able to defend themselves, everyone already thinks they're a pedophile. So it's like, I remember following this YouTuber called Prison Mate Luke, who I thought was an interesting YouTuber because he covers eternally online. Then he sent it with pedo-pyrocynical allegation. Man, yeah. Which apparently that in itself actually had more to it, but because commentary people fucked up trying to say it, no one was able to actually dig into it. That's something that I found out later, where apparently there was some skeezy shit going on, but because nobody did it properly, nobody was actually able to use their head and be like, hey, we got to calmly, rationally get this out to people and not aim for just shock marketing, freak people out, and all that shit, Pyrocynical is able to defend himself and go like, well, that's not what happened, that's not what happened. So then that turned into, well, the entire thing's bullshit. You know? It's that case of, even if you're right, because you fucked up so badly saying it, no one's able to believe you. You know? There's being right, and then there's convincing the world you're right. You know, there is a difference, and it's very, very important to learn the difference. I'm best known that vampire lady. I don't care if she's demonic or satanistic. I want to fuck till she's white with my cum. She is pretty good. Lady Amandine. Like I said, I like this dungeon. Pro Jared pedo allegations. Yeah, that's another one where Pro Jared, he did something stupid. He was sexting fans, which you don't do. Don't fuck your fans. It's Metalocalypse rule. But he fell into it, and from there was able to be accused of being a pedo. So it's like, it's important to watch out for this shit. Because it can sneak up on you, it can fuck you up. Even if you're completely innocent, people can be convinced that you are a pedo. That's something I notice all the time with my username being what it is, where it's AlmightyLoli, where I have people who are like dead set convinced, you know, accusing me of being a pedo. And it's like, do you know anything about me that's not my username? And they don't. You know, but because they want those easy W's, they want that easy click, that easy like, they'll just immediately jump to, well, you're a pedo. So it's like, no one takes it seriously. And that's kind of why I insist, like, there is no standard anymore. The standard's made up. It's whatever the mob deems is the standard, so. Ugh. Bro Jared and Sailor Moon cosplay. Wasn't it Sailor Mercury? I think every internet person now is accused of being a pedo. A lot of times, yeah. Because that's it. It's an easy win. You know, it's an easy win to get you clout and get you clicks. It's this guy's a sex offender, and you don't have to worry about consequences later. I mean, hell, you had a fucking kid who accused a guy who drew like crippled art, where like, you know, it's a character who went through like an amputee. Accused him of doing it for like a fucking fetish and had his leg chopped off for a fetish, and it's like, no, he did it because he had cancer. And then when people call him on, it's like, well, what proof do you have that they have cancer? It's like, what proof do you have it's a fetish? The standard is I made it the fuck up. Exactly. It's complete bullshit. It's complete bullshit. And when you call it that, and that's when you get the people that are just flat out about it, where they'll just, you know, they'll insist they're the good guy. Meanwhile, they're just spamming kill yourself over and over again. It's like, dude, you're acting like a fucking retard. I like Sailor Mercury. Why did Jared have to ruin it? Should have been a Mars Chad. Oh, wait, which one was the tall one? Was that Mars? I think it was Mars, because I think that was the joke. Oh, wait, no, I think she was Jupiter. I don't remember. I don't remember which one the tall one was. Didn't PML spill into the mega drama that involved a large portion of the commentary community, which the only one actually pursuing the truth was just a robot? I don't know what any of those fucking words mean, but probably. It was Jupiter, okay. The same moral arbiters will watch content theft on Twitch and think it's fine. There's a lot of shit where if you actually look into it, it's completely fucking hypocritical. That's why I said the standards don't make any sense. Best we can do is point and laugh at the weirdos. Yeah. Luka Pilipovic for 2 fake monies. Mars #1. I'm going to look up real quick which one actually was the tall one. That was the one I liked. For obvious reasons. Oh, that's right. Eco for $1 mob mentality is why I fucking hate democracy and should never be implemented again after the inevitable collapse. Well, we're not in a democracy, we're in a republic. Samurai Bear for $1. Hey Lolly, picked up Callisto Protocol. Not too bad if you played it. What are your thoughts on the combat? I didn't click with it. We streamed it, and I was just like, The standard's whatever I say it is, exactly. XQC stuff. Well, he's kind of emblematic of it, where it's like, he's emblematic of the issue where everyone hated React people. Then it became cool to watch them because they were big on Twitch, and now it's back to being cool to hate them again. Where it's like, listen, this shit don't make any fucking sense. That's on trigger warnings in media. I don't like them. I don't like them because it's like, I'm a 25-year-old man watching an R-rated movie. I don't need to be fucking warned about a rape scene. Okay, yeah, Jupiter was the tall one, but their definition of tall was 5'6". Because I forgot these are tiny Japanese women. Streamers don't even react. Yeah, it's like, you at least gotta talk about it. You at least gotta talk about the clip. You don't gotta pause every 5 seconds, but you at least got to at some point and be like, hey, this is cool. Now, we've shown videos on streams that we thought were funny and all that, but it's usually stream intros, and we do talk about them later. It's like, you at least gotta acknowledge that you were in the room. Has there ever been a game you streamed where you went, this should have stayed underground? There are a few where I was kind of not impressed. I think Callisto is kind of the big one where I had issues with it. XQC got pissed off and started flagging Spreen Mob because people made a compilation of him being genuinely stupid. Yeah, it's like, dude, you're gonna get it. You're a massively huge Twitch streamer. People are gonna make fun of you. You have good taste in women, Lolly. Jupiter's objectively best girl. Yeah. For better or worse, what canceled game would you revive? That's hard. There's so many good ones. There's so many good ones where you read about what could have been and it's fucking tragic. I guess, gun to my head, I would have loved to have seen a sequel to Stubbs the Zombie. Like, especially when it hit 360 era, where, like, you had Dead Rising-sized hordes. That could have been fun. Where you get to, like, make a giant horde of zombies. It's like, man, that could have been interesting. Silent Hills? Yeah, Silent Hills. That would have been great. Never watched Sailor Moon. It was very of its time. If you try to watch it today, you will feel fucking stupid. Where it's like, why did I watch this as a kid? And the answer is, because it was on, motherfucker. Trigger warnings make no sense if you're clicking on a video or movie for controversial topics. Well, the thing is, like, it's recently come out that, if anything, they kind of make it worse. Original Duke Nukem Forever. Yeah, there's an obvious one. But they kind of make it worse, where they increase anxiety in people because now they're anticipating it and they're freaking out waiting for it to show up. Shit like that. Also, in general, people have this serious issue where they take very innocuous inconveniences and extrapolate them to being full-blown traumas. And it's something to where, if you listen to them, they'd have you believe, well, no, it was always that traumatic, you just haven't processed it right. And it's like, no, I'm not the one waking up in fucking cold sweats freaking out because someone at McDonald's called me a fag. It's like, listen, there's shit you just let go. Of course, if you mention that to people, everyone will mention how they got raped by their uncle, they got beaten by their mother. Everyone has some super abusive sob story that all conveniently happens now because we're that fucked up. But it's like, I don't know. Sailor Moon manga is good though. Will recommend. Surprisingly darker than TV anime. See people get run through with swords, blood, and their guns drawn. Very suggestive things. Oh yeah, I mean there was fan service in Sailor Moon. You see that streamer, the annoying loud black guy, I Show Speed, showed his dick on stream. Aaron Ross tried to downplay it, saying he's seen a lot of times over the years the kid just turned 18. Oh, God. Anxiety over expecting traumatic content in a film. I had phase of actively seeking out disturbing movies and never stopped. Why are people so weak? I ate dinner while Solo showed me shit eating. I think it's a mix of people who want to make call-out posts so they can get Twitter clout, especially now that Twitter's actually monetized engagement. Holy fucking shit. Prepare for it to get so much worse. Prepare for rage bait shit to get so much fucking worse. You can literally make money off it. The Delusional Takes guy showed that he made like $7,000 off Twitter alone. It's like, oh god. But other than that, you also, as they just have this thing where people for some reason take very innocuous memories and turn them into full-blown, like, mental damaging memories. Where it's like, yeah, you got spanked by your dad because you were a loud little shit, and that turned into, my dad abused me and I can never trust anyone again. It's like, I don't know. It feels a little bit like main character syndrome. Like, your life is so fucked up, it makes it so much worse than anyone else. And it's like, listen, I don't live in fucking Bosnia where there are rape gangs and malicious killing people. Not to say, like, I have privilege, you know, anything like that. It's more the fact of, I appreciate the little things. I appreciate what I got. Everyone wants to be a victim now, because you're incentivized to. You get support online. You get money online. I mean, like, it's an actual thing where being a victim is a profitable position to be in. Why do you think there was that trend of, like, every fucking YouTuber and their uncle suddenly deciding they were trans? Because you get money for it. His fanbase flocked to his defense, and YouTube said he can keep his channel. It was all predictable since they always get rewarded for breaking the rules harder the most. And that's the thing. They break the rules super fucking hard, and you know what happens? YouTube has to crack down because journalists write hit pieces talking about how YouTube let them get away with it. No concept to the fact that, hey, what you do can affect a lot of other fucking people, so at the very fucking least, don't be such a fucking retard that you can cause shit like that to happen. I mean, hell, you had that with Kix, where Kix was trying to start up and be a Twitch competitor, and streamers were going on and actively trying to sabotage it by showing copyrighted movies.
The Maelstrom requests our assistance.
Luka Pilipovic for 5 fake money. Society will fall apart when the Zoomers end up replacing all the critical jobs. Imagine having a doctor thinks 64 genders is his thing. They're already doing it. They're already doing it.
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which
I got my ass slapped by my mom as a joke and I can't trust women anymore. Yeah, exactly. Shit like that. Where it's like I had a weird dream when I was a kid. Therefore, my dad clearly molested me. Now give me $1 million. That kind of thing. You see it all the fucking time now.
The worst kind.
Where I say it, like, everyone has some fucking story.
The vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan. Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Never forget that one chick that had sex off camera on stream that you could see in the reflection in the window and got a few days suspension. When she came back, she did it again. Yeah. Well, Twitch, a lot of it is e-thoughts that send nudes to the mods and promise to fuck them and shit like that. Like, there's sexual favors going on in Twitch.
It did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Imagine your dad works his ass off to pay for your college and you dog him out like a coward for clicks. It happens more often than you think. It's legit really sad.
So long as tormented souls will them to exist.
My mental illness. So hey guys, my mental health update. Yeah, they talk about it as like a fucking stat in RPG. Where it's like, guys, my mental health was just really low. It's like, what is that, a fucking meter? Is it like MGS4 where you have to like call your therapist sometimes to get the meter up?
Ever since. Which
I think it's also immature people trying to explain what their weirdness is trauma. I think that's part of it too.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
I feel really bad for Minfilia. I actually liked her. She was just plucky and wanted to help.
Expect the worst.
Man, I hear mental health and think Boogie. Exactly. It's like, It's like, dude, how many fucking
Americans
crises
help
are you
us,
gonna
of course,
have?
Appreciate it, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched.
Remember when that kid who turned in his own dad about being at J6 and talked shit about him to journalists, helped that kid get his ass beat? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like, kid, you have no idea what the fuck you did.
A peaceful resolution would be
Like, at that point, just disown him from the fucking family. It's like, no, get the fuck out. Survive on your own. You think you don't need us? Get the fuck out.
Your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
How tall is your character?
So
Oh,
you
she's
will
not even
accept?
that tall. You'll fucking see.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm new. Has Lolly played FF14 before? You know what?
We can't very well send her to
There's enough people have asked.
Yastola.
And, I need to make progress in my main. We can switch over to my main for a little bit. Just for a little bit.
May I ask that
Just-
of
just
you,
for a little bit.
Yastola?
I never thought it in
I
question.
don't even think the dad did anything illegal. No, he just showed up at J6,
Ever
therefore,
reliable.
enemy to the state, enemy to America, and they arrest him, ignoring the literal summer of love the year before. That is the most egregious case of it's okay when they do it, where it's like, man, Trump tried to overturn our democracy. It's
We
like
will spare
BLM burned
no
down
effort
every
to
single
win
major city
victory.
for a money scam.
You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and all not afield will aid the fight from afar.
Who turns in their flesh and blood like that for fucking politics all thing? Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Thancred, Ida,
if you find out your
go to the
relative is a
grand
rapist,
companies,
that's one
tell
thing.
them of our
You find out
plight
they're a
and solicit
pedophile,
their
that's one
support.
thing. You find out they're a bank robber, ask them how much they made, and if it's not a number you like, that's one thing. You find out they're a murderer, ask them why, ask them who, and ask them what they did. And if it's none of the answers you like, that's one thing. But if it's just over politics, you are a fucking stooge.
Little though it may be.
You are a stooge, and worst of all, you are a rat. You cannot be trusted.
You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the sailor's
Chaz should have gotten the Sherman special. Yeah, Chaz, literally, like, no
Provision
fucking
yourself
bullshit.
for the journey.
Chaz was literally them saying we want to split off from America, and that was okay. They had actual armed gangs that shot people, and that was okay. You see the pics of the cell the one dude's forced to be in because J6 legit looks like a prison from a third world country. My hope is that being leaked out does something to get him out of there, but we just don't fucking know at this point. They might have released those on purpose to brag about what they did and what they're getting away with. Okay. So, let me real quick. Want to make sure that we're caught up over here. Okay, yeah. So, you know what? Let's switch over to my main. Let us switch over to the main real quick. Because I do need to put some progress on Stormblood. Does MMO have easy transmog? Yeah, you just get claimers. There we go. So you thought the other character was tall. Oh no, we're getting fem guts now with an eye patch. Yeah, literally. The fucking Dark Knight with the eye patch. Yeah. Soak it in. Soak it in. Road. They burned George's place where he died to the ground. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of blatant fucking hypocrisy that you're not supposed to point out because the people in suits told you not to. And then they have the gall to accuse you of not thinking. Edgy as fuck. Oh yeah, Dark Knight's super fucking edgy. I love it. Fam guts. Yeah. Didn't Chaz have more people robbed, raped, and killed than all of Detroit? Yeah. You literally had Antifa, like, strong-arming local businesses that didn't want any part of the Chaz thing for money. And the local businesses couldn't get fucking police support because they were in Chaz. So is there a level cap for this? Currently, it is 90. Come the new expansion, which is Dawn Trail, is going to be 100. Where's her cannon arm? Which is your favorite Hololive Indonesia girl? I didn't know who's specifically in Indonesia. I tried making Cat Elizabeth, but it didn't work out. Working with a new character now, yeah. You do what you gotta do. And that was like right before a fucking major like quest event too. We were actually going to the Samurai Isle. This might make me run it with some real people, might not, but I'm used to... Okay, we can play with NPCs. That's good, because I've been playing Pugilist last several weeks for these streams, so I'm not too used to my Dark Knight anymore. You like the squirrel? That is true. I always forget she's Indonesian. So Road to 80 basically covers most level cap. Yeah. And 80 isn't even the fucking... 80 isn't even the max. The reason I call it Road to 80 is because it's the perk it gives you when you sign up now, because it gives you double XP up until level 80. And then you get to 90 where it's regular XP. Oh shit, Bayonetta is trying to make guts. Rotisserie $5 think it's possible any of the elite celebs tied to Epstein will be exposed to the public, or most of the truth be buried away. Look what happened to Kevin Spacey. There you go. A guy literally caught red-handed doing this shit. And everyone died. Okay. I gotta turn on my immunity. There we go. Fight me. I forgot what my AoEs are. I forgot what my AoEs are. There we go. Yeah, welcome to later game 14. I gotta piss off more of these guys. Because I'm the tank now, meaning I have to have them fight me. There we go. I can actually move my hand over here. Not just that all of his Qs got bumped, I think he started getting rolls again. Yeah, literally. Like, Alec Baldwin's another one where, like, dude got away with literal fucking murder. Only now are they talking about how they're gonna reinvestigate him, even then everyone's already betting that's not gonna fucking go anywhere. Kevin's Spacey's victims can't testify if they're dead. Exactly. That's how his Q's got bumped. Oh yeah. Why is girls fighting tentacle monsters? Because we're on our way to the Samurai Isle and tentacle monsters want to fight us. So I really, really like Dark Knight. I put a lot of time into Dark Knight. Because A, it has one of the best job stories, and B, I really, really, really like the gameplay. It's a lot of fun. It is a more aggressive tank, which is, yeah, how you'd kind of want Guts to play. They want to comb your puss. I'm not gonna let them. Oh god, my buff deactivated. Oh god. Oh god, they're combing in the puss. They're combing into puss. Dan Schneider, Ezra Miller. Yeah, Ezra Miller was even more egregious. So they're like, yeah, we hope his recent escapades in Hawaii where he terrorized people and kidnapped children and had an actual compound full of drugs and guns around very small children and was possibly sexually abusing them too. We hope that doesn't impact the Flash movie. It's like, fuck you. Dark is spongy for a tank, though. Yeah. It's kind of supposed to be. I mean, it's a tank. Dark Knight also has one of the worst invulnerabilities, so it kind of works out. Yeah. I really like how tank works. Not just tank. I really like how Dark Knight works. I think it's the best tank class. Some people really like Gunbreaker, but I barely even knew Gunbreaker was a tank class, so I might have to put time into it. Muna and Picora, when they made fun of the NecromancyLoli. Oh god, AoE. Yeah, even if you're a tank, you want to avoid a lot of AoE shit. It hurts. There's videos of Miller attacking a random chick for absolutely no reason. Yeah, he's fucking psychotic. Like, he's actually just fucking psychotic, and they fucking defended him because he was the face of their fucking DC reboot that no one wanted. Warrior can't die, but not as fun. There we go. Yeah, I really like Dark Knight. You said you basically be Virgil in this. What class is that? That's Shota, and that is Samurai. And yes, you can literally just be Virgil. You can even get clothes that look like Virgil. People cosplay him all the fucking time in this game. How much money to get you and Shota to sing Love Deterrence? I can make Saul Goodman sing it if I can figure out how to make it sing. Would you consider the Manhunt games edgy? If anything, I'd say 2 is edgier than first. Oh yeah, they're very edgy. I mean, Manhunt was literally made in retaliation to news stories getting pissed off about G2A. Not G2A, GTA.
Away with you.
Fuck yeah. So a chicken game that looked like One Piece Nami. Yeah, you can do a lot of different cosplay stuff. People love doing it. You watch Avalanche reviews? I don't think I've ever seen them, no. Look at this big thing. I'm gonna fight it. Up as asked before, but what class would you recommend a new player to play Final Fantasy as? 14? DPS one's gonna be pretty fun. It's about what role you think you would like. If you want to play a tank role, go with like Gladiator or something like that. Some people really like Marauder. You know, you won't really know what you're comfortable with until you put time into it. And by the time you put enough time into one in particular, that's the one you want to stick with.
Come no closer.
I want Bully too. Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah, you can see like it's just AoE after AoE, and they cover like half the screen. There's a lot of this. Man, it's so much fun. I find it funny how Izumi puts on blackface to commit murder in Shinjuku Station and Gantz. Yeah. As to Gantz is like such a fucked up sense of humor. I love it. Alpha. I just specifically want a modern CRPG that's as gruesome as Diablo 1 or 2. Some of them get pretty grisly. Some of the Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous get pretty grim. Baldur's Gate has like straight up Lovecraftian horror. Oda is married to professional Nami cosplayers. Say it's okay to jerk off to One Piece characters, but knowing he's living our dream of fucking One Piece characters, we're getting NPR. Some people like Nico more anyway. There we go. You hear about how they're trying to replace the term Third World Global South and Australia's pissed? What the fuck does global, like Global South as in like American South? Like, yeah, no shit, Australia be pissed. Because, like, that doesn't make any fucking sense even as a term. It's like, Third World makes the most sense. It's like, Third World makes sense because it's the Third World. You have a First World Nation, Second World Nation, Third World Nation. Fettuccine Linguini for $1. Sepuloli, been playing Baldur's Gate 3, really liking it. Romance Carlock, a bit of a shame. It seems our romance path is a little barren. Don't think a whole lot happens in between Act 1 and Act 3. That's kind of an issue with the romances in general. The romances in general really just kind of peter out, and you don't actually get a lot of time to talk with party members for they're trying to fuck you. Spaceman $2. Rockstar's a walking corpse of a studio. It's sad. Yeah, the fucking, you know, the fucking founders left. What's the Second World Nation? South America. Genuinely good cities, fucking awful slums and back streets. Eco for $1. Will you do a review of that limey Sonic comic I recommended last stream? It has evil Super Sonic and Sonic act like complete douchebag to his friends. I don't know much of anything about Sonic, but I'll check it out. Opinion on Echo Chambers. Everyone accuses each other of being in one, and truth is everyone is in one. but everyone just accused each other of being one while pretending they're not. I got Nab, Bomb Rush, Cyberpunk. I'm still waiting an hour to come out. I don't know anything about that one. Thoughts on Diablo? I played bits and pieces of 3 and I thought that was pretty fun, but ever since the shit with Blizzard, I'm just like very staunch no Blizzard games. And it's actually been pretty easy to adhere to that, because I was never really that loyal to them. This might be bros with Gale. Exactly, it's like, people are specifically complaining how you can be tricked into doing sex scenes, where it's like, you think you pick a conversation option because you want to be friends with them, and then boom, you're locked into a sex scene. It's like, man, they need to put like some kind of warning for that. Like put like a heart icon next to one of the dialogue options, something like that, to make it clear this activates a romance. I play the Scarface game. I always heard it was really fun. Apparently it's people who made Jet Set Radio. Okay, that could be interesting. It needs to have good music. If it has bad music, that's literally like, send it back. You fucked up. Jet Set Radio tribute game, bad music, that you can't have that. They even got the guy who did the music for it. Okay, that's good. There we go. Yeah, welcome to a mid-game dungeon. They can go on for a while. I say mid-game, but it's technically late game. Mid-game for Stormblood. Ever go through a pregnancy scare? No. Kind of hard to with my gender. We stream Jack X one night. That would be fun. Like one of the Jack and Dexter games. Jack 3 in particular. Me and Shota really like Jack 3. Not the same people who made Jet Set, but Hideki Naganuma is on the soundtrack. Alright, so. I mean, he's the guy that made the fucking original soundtrack, so there's definitely worse options. Alright. Fuck him up. Shame what happened to Hideki, the annoying people latched onto him. Yeah. Once again, it's the Tumblr quirk people where you are never allowed to have your own fandom. They have to shove themselves in and act like they've been fans for the longest time. And it's like, holy fucking shit, shut up. Worst part is they might even be fans. It's just they're so fucking annoying. Everyone's like, I don't even give a shit at this point. Fuck you. Are you gonna tell us in the community tab when you stream on Twitch? Yeah, I plan on it, because I plan on using the Twitch one for like unarchived shit, like we can watch movies and stuff, and we won't get ass fucked. But yeah, I also have to make an announcement, be like, hey, we're streaming it here and not on YouTube. Tumblr, we are fans. Now change this problematic content. Yeah, you see that a lot with people that want the fucking female Space Marine shit with Warhammer, where it's like, well, I've been fans for years. I just think it's time to update the lore. It's like, then you're not a fan. Like, you are not a fan, because why the fuck would you care? Because you already have the Sisters of Battle and the Sisters of Silence. It's like, I don't even know that much about Warhammer and I already know about them. Alright. The governor. Could the Twitch streams be recorded and saved to something like a Google Drive? I can see about that, yeah. Fuck you. Need more magic.
For the House of Levier!
The internet gave everybody a voice to prove that wasn't a good idea. Yeah. That is the sad truth of it. I'm not even kidding. People shit their pants when they alter the lore of the Necrons. Yeah. Because, like, Warhammer already has, like, very in-depth lore to it already, so changing anything just to appease some fucking douchebag that doesn't actually care, it's like, that's gotta be insulting. Especially since, as they, what they're asking for is already covered in Warhammer, where you have the fucking Sisters of Battle and the Sisters of Silence, Imperial Guard, there's female soldiers, like, it's already there, they just can't be Space Marines. You have the fucking Eldar, where they have, like, female soldiers all over the place. It's in everywhere except the Space Marines, and that's what pisses them off, because they're not the poster boys. It's like, how dare they not be the icons of the series? Like, fuck you. It's like updating Idolmaster into K-pop boy band stem. Yeah. Some people would unironically like that, though. There's a ton of fluff for the Space Marines. They literally cannot be female Space Marines. Yeah. And it's literally like this one faction where that's not allowed. This one faction that's, like, not even the whole faction. It's a specific part of one faction. Ow.
Away with you!
Ugh. There we go. I don't see any female orcs. Well, orcs are already weird. They're like agender monsters. They literally grow off like mushrooms. Sisters of Battle can't be men, but they never complain about that. Exactly. It's like, it's literally just because, you know, guys have their own little space with the Space Marines and they don't like that. Even though there are women who like Space Marine shit too. Ow. Oh, that hurt. They changed where Necrons create the Tyranids. Legit the stupidest fucking retcon. Yeah, it's like fans hate that shit. So, but once again, it's people who aren't actually fans and fucking simps who want to impress the goth chick at Starbucks, demanding that you know, they add this shit. And it's like, no one fucking wants it, dude. No one fucking wants it, and it's a bad idea. Shut up. Guys have their own space. Triggered. Exactly. It's literally a thing of like, hey, this is not for you. It's literally not for you if you are this upset about it. And they don't really care. They just want to latch onto it because it's popular. They'll bleed it to death and they'll move on to the next thing. They did it with Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear, it's so bad, Daisuke's fucking getting booted out of the company. Fuck him up. The only reason they're asking for female Space Marines is because the one part of the series that mainstream enough for them to know about. Exactly. It's mainstream, and it's the one part of the franchise that explicitly says you can't have female soldiers in it. Even though you have the Imperial Guard, who are, like, arguably just as iconic, because they're right alongside Space Marines, they have female soldiers all over the place. Poor Daisuke, he made his fucking choice. He made his fucking choice to simp to these people. Honestly, I'd rather they let Guilty Gear die instead of having them butcher it even further. And that's the sad part. They'll kill the fucking franchise and you won't get anything Guilty Gear related for fucking years. Because these assholes wanted to barge in and change shit. Sisters of Battle are fucking badass. So a lot of people really like them. I really like them. They're really cool. But they never fucking get anything because, you know, they're not Space Marines. And all people bitch about are the fucking Space Marines. Imperial Guard's my favorite faction. Yeah, a lot of people really like them. My brother really likes them. $40K had female Space Marine C. Shows lore from when the game was started / Rogue Trader, which is universally accepted, has nothing to do with actual 40k. Yeah, it's Wikipedia experts were, as stated, they heard about it last week and now they know fucking everything about the franchise. We still get Rev 2 and Accent Core. They can't take that away from us. Don't challenge them. Like, it's literally a thing where if you want your favorite shit to stay alive, you have to make sure as little people know about it as possible. Even if that means it starves to death, it's for the best. It's not even that. That so-called bit of lore was from a fan magazine. It was literal fanfic. Oh, God. So yeah, it's even more. I looked it up on Wikipedia and it said it was a thing. It's like, but it's not though. Rogue Trader line about female space marines is ambiguous at best, but it's also from publication that is really screwed and not from the source. Oof. Kill tourists, behead tourists, curb stomp tourists, drop kick a tourist into the sun. Yeah. So wait, Daisuke's getting booed from Arxis? Yeah, he just announced he's thinking about retiring, and everyone's guessing the same thing. It's like, dude's getting fucking booted. He is getting fucking booted. They've had to announce multiple Bridget statues in a row, to the point that even diehards that were okay with the Bridget decision, Shoto talked about it, I think last stream, were going like, are you fucking kidding me? Why not fucking Biken? Why not any other character? Why is it solely Bridget? Because they tried to turn Bridget into the poster boy. They tried to make him to the poster boy of the franchise, and it fucking tanked. Because the Japan fans were pissed, and the Western fans that begged for it and was like, oh, we want trans representation. They didn't play the fucking game. Oh, sure, they'll post their fucking videos of like, combos and shit like that they can do. None of them are putting time into it. None of them are actually playing it. Game's at, what, 500 people concurrently? It's fucking dying. It's almost as bad as Skullgirls. Bridget was never meant to be the poster child. Exactly. You had Soul Bad Guy, you had Biken, you had so many different other fucking characters, but they tried so hard to latch onto the Bridget is the trans representation thing, and it bit them in the fucking ass. Yeah. I don't think they'll ever touch games like Stalker, Hearts of Iron 4, War Thunder. Oh no, they do. They do. It's just, you know, sectioned off in their own little corner. The game has less people than Rising Storm 2. I know, I play Rising Storm 2. I'm well aware that there's more people than fucking Guilty Gear players. Fear Hunter post-pat for like a week, now she's dead silent on the game. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it is hollow lip service. They will never, ever actually have your back. It is a bad idea to pander to that group because they will not give a shit. Now chat, would or would not? In fact, you know what, here. So, Lorelei. Alright, give me a sec. Alright. Polls up now. A lot of you are immediately jumping to wood. I don't even know what she looks like. Look at the screen. It's that. The thing I am currently fighting, would or would not? I enjoy human women more. I'm pretty sure it might have been human once. Got a pretty slapping theme though. Oh god. Ow. I will end the poll after this fight. I'm fighting for my fucking life here. Good theme. It is a really good theme. Yeah, this is Stormblood, so this is like everything got a fucking upgrade. Oh god. Cheating bitch. Just for that, AoE. Fuck you. '14 has a lot of good music in general. It really does. Fucking awesome soundtrack. Of course, Final Fantasy music, by and large, has really good music. Like, say what you want about Square Enix, they have a really good fucking orchestra. I'd rather fuck a bunny chick. This game genre is sci-fi or fantasy? Both. You have the Empire, which is Magitech, but then everything else is just general fantasy. Me and my brother, after the fan animation controversy, have been 3D printing our minis. Fuck GW. Yeah, there you go. Literally murdered a series with Astartes, and then like they murdered it and then hired the guy who did it just so he can't do anything else. It's really fucked up. So this one was $5. You ever hear about Potu, racehorse from the late 1800s? His name was literally Po 8 O's. Oh wow. A really bored nobleman came up with that name. Every FF has a hint of sci-fi. Flying Fortress, anyone? Yeah, literally. Even 16, the one they were like, oh no, we're gonna scale it back into being more like fantasy. It's like you literally live in a fucking like old ship, old Magitech ship, a flying ship. Oh god. Ow. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do? Have an 600 game with bad music? Exactly. Why did Sid name his daughter Mid? Okay. Now that the fight's over, I'm going to end the poll here. 70% of you said you would. Okay, 69% said you would, which I think that's probably the best number. So 69% of you said you would with Lorelei. Because the sex that created Mid was Mid. Best part is I think all this equipment's fucking useless anyway. That was the first vote and I voted no. I know that's bullshit because I saw that first vote and it was yes. And I do it again. Get ready for conspiracy. The Maui police chief John Pillar was also the incident commander with the Las Vegas mass shooting. Yeah, that's why you're hearing about space lasers. Fucking nobody was talking about space lasers. And then, I don't know where it's like, did you know the government has space lasers and they burned down Hawaii? It's like, okay, why is this spreading around? And you look into it and it's real estate companies are buying up land in Hawaii by the fucking truckload. Some of which are tied to BlackRock. And apparently the fucking the people who lived in the area were like fighting constantly with pushy real estate people trying to get them to sell their land. Damn, your goth guts is pretty fine too, yeah. I had an idea for an easy guy where two protagonists swap places on from sci-fi space opera, the other medieval fantasy. Be a good premise. That is Star Ocean. My nigga, I'm sorry I have to do this to you, but that is Star Ocean. Have you heard of the manga Strike It Rich is made by the same author as Kengan, except this time it's about cute anime girls beating the shit out of each other? Yeah, it just started. I think they just secretly strategically set some small fires according to wind patterns so it would grow large. Yeah, I mean, arson scams are a thing. Arson scams have been a part of real estate for fucking literal centuries. BlackRock sounds familiar. What is it? It's a major Chinese real estate company that's been buying up land like crazy.
Only port open to outsiders in Higashi, across the Ruby
It's trying to buy up like the majority farmland in America. Yeah, now we're in the Weeaboo City, which is not Japan. Should I play Star Ocean?
All the colors of the rainbow,
If you like
all the peoples of
good
the world,
but
all in one place.
good but not amazing JRPGs, yes.
You could have seen it.
I totally believe real estate businesses are morally bankrupt enough to burn people to death. Ones like BlackRock especially are. Wait, BlackRock is Chinese? Yes, it's affiliated with the CCP. Kugane is nice, but music gets meh after a while. Maybe it's just if you really like, you know, that kind of Japanese shamanson type music. Frieza was inspired by realtors. Oh my god. Okay, I mean, that's not that surprising. 1980s Japan bubble era. Kind of the height of the Yakuza. Yeah, that's not that surprising now that I think about it. What does BlackRock want so much farmland for? It's literally buying up as much American territory as possible because the land in our own nation isn't being told by Americans. You know? Because Americans, we can make it better, we can make it more efficient. China, they want to buy as much cheap land as possible to cripple everybody else. It's why they're buying up a shitload of land in Africa. Because Africa has a ton of resources, and if anyone else exploits it first, they are on a substantially bigger advantage than China, because China by itself is gimped. Have you played Nier? It is very good. And when with the war with China starting, bro, we crush it. No, we wouldn't. Got something stuck in my throat. Can open up an A-late. Mark 99 for $2. I'm pretty late, but drink some water. Yee.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard.
Can't we just go to war with China already and sell this once for all? No.
We are certainly not
2 million Chinese Communist Party agents across the entire Western world. Some of which blatantly in our government. They have pictures of the son of the United States president having sex with underage prostitutes. We can't do shit to China.
1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the seventh dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
That's on Chat GTP. I've never messed with it.
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugane. And invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Don't we have record low troop numbers and high turnovers? Yes.
I was aware his
On top of that, it'd be Vietnam syndrome, where the people in charge would actively do whatever they can to not win.
I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master.
Don't forget the Sandra who was caught to have been fucking a literal Chinese spy. Yes.
My, such naked suspicion.
3 words, 3 gorges, damn, 1 terracell bombing, and half of China's now underwater. No way to happen.
Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand
That's the problem. You're assuming America would want to win. They wouldn't. It'd be a proxy conflict to fuel every side. You know, everyone gets to stimulate their economy through war.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize.
Hospitality of grinning merchants. What do you mean by that?
One is compelled to talk in circles around everything here, and
we just gotta hope China collapses on its own, which is kind of likely. Yeah, that's basically what you're waiting for. You're waiting on the bubble to pop to where China can no longer brute force it. They will. They have to own up to what they've done.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and
You do
ears
know
for
China's
you
doing
to
everything to
understand.
ensure it collapses?
It would be
Oh yeah, no, I
decidedly
mean,
reckless
I fully
to say
believe if
the
China
least.
falls, it's not going to be to any other nation pressuring them. It's going to be
If I
China.
may favour you
Because
with
that's
the
just Chinese
invigorating
history.
candor you apparently
Chinese
crave,
history is a leader
it
does
would
something
be
incredibly
decidedly reckless
stupid
to
and
follow a
causes
man
10
I
million
neither
people to
know nor
die.
trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young
China's
diplomat
basically the
I
planet's
was told to
manufacturing center for
expect.
basically everything.
Very
Yeah,
well
because they get
then.
all the contracts. Because
I shall explain.
conveniently, every nation adopts
understand
green
that
energy
you are come
policies,
to a
which means you have to
most
export all your
reclusive and
production to a different
secretive
country.
nation.
It doesn't actually
Yes.
do anything to help the
One whose
environment,
borders are closed to foreign trade,
but it's
save
not in your
every
backyard, so
single
you don't have to
port.
think about it. Even though if you did it in your own backyard, you could do it cleaner,
Then it
faster,
should come as
cheaper,
no surprise that
basically
a great many parties
a lot
have
better than
vested
China.
interests here.
and you would stimulate your own
Merchants
economy.
like
So
myself
even if
are
it's a
evil,
little
of
bit
course,
pricier
but
than
for every
China,
one of us,
the money
you
you're
may
making
be
back from it
certain there is
anyway,
also an agent of a
it's like, dude, there's
foreign
no
government.
reason not to.
Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kagani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Yeah, you notice the voice
Something
acting
to
is
that effect,
substantially
yes.
better.
Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I don't think we mine rare earth domestically because it's a
I still have my doubts, but
heavily
you may
polluting
have a
process.
point.
No, we
I
don't
see
do it
you accept
domestically
this
because then that'd be industry in our own country, and we can't have that. Export to China. Because if the West decide to actually like mine its own energy, we could do it cleaner, faster, more efficient. We learned that when Trump actually made us an exporter of oil. You know, yeah, we had issues with oil pipelines breaking, but part of me starts to think there's some suspicious shit going on with that. But we ship it off to China where they're still using coal. Smog gets so bad over there, people have to wear gas masks to walk to work. China will fall into another warlord period. There's crazier possibilities. Before anything, we gotta attune. Not my backyard. People are anti anything decency nuclear. That is true. I live in Australia and China basically bought up all the land. Yeah, like, from what I understand, there are certain states in Australia that people say are just soft CCP colonies. That's why during COVID shit got as bad as it did, where it was like flagrant human rights abuses. Some oil pipelines were confirmed to be blown up by special forces a few months ago. The same could have definitely happened in the States. Oh, yeah. There's no doubt. Because they don't even have to outright blow them up. They can just, you know, convince somebody to get lax on upkeep or anything like that. I mean, it's already well known that half the money that goes to shit in the government budget doesn't actually go where it says it is. I mean, we're one of the biggest spenders on education here. Our education system is one of the worst on the planet. What's funny is that we can reuse 95% of nuclear waste. Yeah, we've come a long way since Chernobyl. Like, unironically, we've come a long way. I've heard that China owns some of our national parks. Yes, they're buying up land like crazy. And they shouldn't be allowed to, but then you remember, literally have pictures of Biden's son fucking underage whores. Why do we put up with this fucking bullshit? Because everyone gets so distracted and wants to one-up each other on Twitter that they don't do anything. If you want to actually change the world, just, like, stay in your own little bubble, in your own little town, and try to fix that as best you can. The after effects will spread. And even then, don't be a melodramatic fag about it. Just live your life and do what you gotta do. ROC, Taiwan, will most possibly replace China, so that'll be good. I hope so. An actual capitalist nation crushes China. God, let that happen. Eco for $1, you think all the gender weirdos might have been diddled when they were kids? I think it's a mix of that and fuck you, Dad. You know, it's just, they feel special, they feel like they belong, because every kid has that phase. I mean, I say that, but most of them are in their 30s. They have that phase where they want identity, they want acceptance. If your life is too easy, you get an existential crisis. You know? Generally stoked for $5. It's not that we came a long way from Chernobyl, it's the fact that you can't trust commies to boil water. That is true. It literally came down to the fucking communist government hid a major design flaw in their reactor purely because they didn't want to admit their design had a flaw, which caused the disaster. It's like, when you look at Chernobyl, it literally amounts to communists are fucking stupid. Yeah. So the Seski Gumi, I can obviously tell what they're playing on. Because, yes, the Shinsengumi were a real thing. It was basically like Samurai Secret Police. Those two things and legit crazy gender weirdos are basically raised to have personality disorders. That is true. It's like, you're being told since you're a fucking kid. I got like a thing of pretzels here, but I haven't been munching on them at all. It's kind of funny because I thought I would. But it's like, you have kids who are being told every single day they're evil and they need to feel bad about things they have no control over. On top of that, some of them can come from, like, single-parent homes, which right there can give kids fucking issues. I mean, it's just... The way the West has treated its children is shit that will go down in history in all the worst ways. Where it's like, for some reason, we just actively refuse to make sure our kids are not, you know, fucked up. I will take that ring, but I don't even know if we really need it. Looks like some stuff changed, but I'm not sure how much. Alright. By single parent, you mean single mothers. I didn't say it. You did. You know, I'm just sitting here drinking my drink. I didn't say anything. But yeah. Man, Americans really hated their kids. What was up with that? Yeah. We were taught to hate our kids by the CCP. Well, okay, I say CCP, but Soviet infiltration by and large. Soviet infiltration worked to destabilize by, you know, influencing culture bit by bit in order to, you know, make us resent things that, you know, are just basic parts of human nature. The idea of despising getting married and having a family is quite literally something the Soviet Union pushed. They pushed for it because if you had no family structure, you had no cohesion. Because the way nationalism works is you have a family and you want to protect that family. You protect that family by building a community. You protect that community by building a state. You protect that state by building a nation. That was how America worked. Everything was all about giving a family man the chance to take care of his own. That's why America was built off the idea of leaving people alone, because at the end of the day, a man knew best how to take his family. Yes, there's abusive ones. Yes, there's neglectful ones. Yes, there's alcoholics. I've seen that fucking a million times already. It's a cliche. Not everyone was a fucking idiot. Look outside your fucking door if you want to see reality. But the whole point is, America was built off the idea that your family was important and everything else around it kept your family safe. You know? The reason people wanted to live in neighborhoods far away from cities is because it was quieter, and you were able to raise your kids in an environment where you weren't worried about them. Communists don't like that. They don't like the idea of family. Nice Gintama cosplay. How dare you compare him to the greatest man alive, Gintoki. He's not even a Takasugi. Fuck you. God damn, Famguts is tall. Yeah, she is the tallest race at the max height. Don't judge me. It's quite the conspiracy. It's not even a conspiracy. The Moscow papers flat out admitted that was the point. That's why they went into fucking Hollywood. It's why they say shit like, we own your kids.
How could...
You know, they convince you to despise your family. They convince you to despise your children. Because then there's no loyalty. There's no reason to fight for it, you know?
Come in search of our Far East
Why give a shit about
allies,
America if there's nothing in America you care about beyond your own self-interest?
The Auri Shinobi and
Plus
the
all this push for
Rugen
LGBT,
samurai?
a lot of civil rights
Then
groups
you
were
will
in
be
fact
pleased to know
infiltrated by
that
the
they both
communists.
come to Kugani.
Are you sure?
We literally had ex-Soviet spies tell us everything. Yes, they
Quite.
flat out admitted to
They
it.
came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
Lan said the most useful idiot are people who
The
pretend to be
Ruby
other
Sea.
people, then the big screen's most effective
Sorry, I'm not
propaganda
very
tool.
good at
Yeah.
geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map.
Infiltrated? No, you mean created? No, infiltrated. A lot of our culture was there before the Soviets. Like Hollywood was co-opted by the Soviets. It wasn't created.
We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast.
The CIA and KGB slap fight ruined the Western world. Well, here's the thing to consider. The head of MI6 in the 60s was eventually outed to be an actual Soviet spy. The head of MI6, British intelligence. Now think of all the failed operations the US had in Cuba and Vietnam and this and that. There was obvious Soviet infiltration in the CIA. Because why the fuck wouldn't there be?
Since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy.
MLK was a commie, that's why he supported the Moscow Film Festival. Yes. Oh no, that's not by the same dude. Yeah, MLK was a commie, yeah. That's why I'm a firm believer that J. Edgar Hoover was a fucking retard, because when he had MLK assassinated, he turned him into a martyr. When, you know, them fucking with him and trying to, like, ruin his life turned him into a martyr. If they outed him as having communist influence and having communists in the civil rights movement, you would have actually seen a large chunk of the black community turn on him. Because while they would have wanted civil rights, they wouldn't want to shack up with a fucking commie. Because they're not communists, they're Americans. You know? Yeah, you would have had people who followed MLK, but it's like, basically, assassinating MLK and treating him the way they did birthed the Black Panthers, which was just outright a racial terror group, which then soaked up the black community and started the fuck white people, fuck the man thing. You know, that kind of deal. Which, we all know, led the path to a lot of problems. Now, granted, you also had CIA soundtrack in neighborhoods, but yeah, we'll talk about that later. Mafia 3 talked about this. Yes.
And forbade the payment of the ruby tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it
so the CIA would have done more damage doing nothing at all than what they did? No, they needed to police their own group better. You know, it's obviously hard to, and the entire point is it's a mind game, but it's just a thing of too many times the communists started screeching in the streets, and their solution was to give them what they wanted.
No wonder
Black
they
Panthers were
struggled to
definitely
secure
commie lovers.
passage
They were
to
open
Europe.
communists.
What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I am told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I'm surprised to have all the communist plots over the decades. This was the one that worked. And the most damaging it's going to take to deprogram social brainwashing. Never underestimate programming kids. You give kids a path to make them feel like they're rebelling, they'll do whatever the fuck you want. It's scary.
In that case, I have some information which may
Marty Robbins mentioned commies coming to the south to stir up shit in the song Ain't I Right? Yeah.
The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
That's when they want to destroy the family. They start with the structure, then castrate the men, convince the women that motherhood's bad, promote degeneracy. Well, it's worse than degeneracy. You have no family unit, therefore, where do you go to belong? Because the way the hierarchy of needs works is you get your basic needs. Food, shelter, all that. And then you have belonging and love. And that's handled by finding a wife, finding a husband, finding whatever, and creating a family and wanting to be with them. When they attack it and go, that's awful, that's terrible, that's patriarchal, whatever buzzword they want to puke out, it's them saying you can't find the natural human instinct to belong with somebody. Does Lolly want a family? I have one. I'm talking about basic human instinct here. This goes beyond, well, I don't want that. It's like, no, I'm talking about fucking ape brain shit, dude. Like, literal fucking ape brain. You are fighting human nature with a broom and you're losing. That kind of shit. you got to remember, we are animals. We are social animals. You're married? No. I have a family. I have like parents and relatives and siblings, like that kind of shit. But you know, the basic human instinct is you find your group and you want to rely. You know, you want to belong with them. I talked about it in the literal family, not just wife and kids, entire family structure. Exactly. I talked about it in the Hogwarts video, which got buried and age restricted, probably because I used Day of the Dead clips, but fuck you, I like it. But the whole thing is we want to belong and we want to find our group that will accept us, so we do whatever we can to fit in that group. That's why the turn away from, you know, family and that kind of connection to be more social and friend-based was a bad idea. Because friends are good, but it's not the same thing. And that's why you see so much casual sex going around and see so much how much hookup culture can backfire. Where you have women in their 30s like crying their eyes out that they missed their chance and no one will ever love them and this and that, because you're fighting your own human instinct. You know, you are literally going whatever you are telling the brain and the lizard brain, you know, in the cortex that, you know, determines every single aspect of who you are as a human being, that it's wrong. And that cognitive dissonance gets to you because it turns out, no, it wasn't fucking wrong. You're just stupid. Best part is all this bullshit we see on social media is being pushed by certain people to infiltrate the government, while at the same time we're promoting good morals, etc. to the youth. Yeah, that's what I mean, where it's like, you know, the video going around of like the white lady looking at the ring, and it's like, oh no, I have to do dishes. I have to do laundry. It's like, you do that shit anyway. Them painting that as like a nightmare already shows like, okay, but that doesn't make any sense, because what, do you just not do your dishes? Do you not do your laundry? It's because it's a psyop. Telling the inner savage that it's wrong. Exactly. Mother Nature is not stupid. It wouldn't program you to have these instincts if it was wrong. Now you need to be smart about it. And it's like, yeah, don't go knocking up a chick as soon as you get out of high school, because usually that doesn't end well. But the point is, it's not something you avoid and treat as an evil. Oh, I gotta use the fucking key item here. Okay. There we go. Not that one. Shouldn't do these things. You already forget, bitch, you live like this? Yeah. The indomitable human will and has to do the dishes. Used to be 60% of people would pass on their genes in the 1600s per medicine. Now it's 40% just because of culture. Yeah. I sure up don't get into, straight up got into an argument with a history teacher when I was talking about commies in Hollywood and the civil rights movement. Yeah, because it's probably like bog standard, oh, McCarthyism was wrong and there were no commies, even though it's like, no, that's provably not true. They were absolutely there. There we go, up there. I'm gonna be lost here for a little while just because it's a brand new city. Basically, right now, if you're a boy, you must act like a girl and vice versa, the patriarchy. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why there's so much people going like, hey, this doesn't make any fucking sense, because it's literally going against our instincts. You know, that's kind of the thing. No one wants to admit that we are dumb animals, that every time we quote-unquote make a scientific discovery, we're just 100 years from finding out that was all bullshit and a massive mistake. Yeah. I mean, I saw a video earlier disturbing. A bunch of mothers who asked if they would kill for the survival of their children on the house and said no. Yeah, I never take statements like that seriously, because you flat out don't know what you'll do in a situation like that. You just don't know. You know, it's like, as much as everyone says, well, I would do this, I would do that, you have no idea how you're going to react. There's so many other factors. Half the ladies that said no would probably stab somebody to death. But you just don't know. McCarthy didn't have anything to do with the Hollywood communist scandal. Yeah, he was strictly the ones in government where it actually fucking mattered. And then you find out from the Moscow papers, they were right 95% of the time. Yeah, working 10 hours, 12 hours, then be a stay-at-home mom. And that's another thing that a lot of people, especially women, kind of figured out, where it's like the push for income equality and being like, oh, well, we want to be in the workforce too, and they kind of realized it fucking sucked. No, obviously that's not to say that women never worked throughout history. There were tons of like peasant moms that had to do side gigs to keep the family fed, but it's a thing of the romanticization of it. Whenever you see kind of the feminist propaganda shit, they always romanticize it so fucking much. Like women in the military, they girl boss it so much and be like, well, I'm on the front lines, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Then you look at actual stories from men who are in the military, and it's like, it's a fucking nightmare and I hate it. I'm talking like All Quiet on the Western Front shit, you know, that kind of thing, where like actual horrors of war. You know, most of the times when someone's deployed, it's more like Jarhead, where you're trying to find shit to do. My source is, I have friends who are in the military, and they say that's what it is. What do you mean that women who are stressed out and avoid overworked have lower chance of getting pregnant? Yeah. It's like there's profit in increasing the workforce. Curious. That's the thing. I'm not even against having women work. It's like, I mean, it works fine. The problem is when you get shit like, you know, hey, you need to have a quota on this many, because I mean that's blatantly there to sabotage companies. You literally see it. Where it's like, yeah, this company like tanked in profits because they hired some incompetent fucking PR manager who fucked everything up. Female soldiers be captured and raped by the enemy, literally would never be seen again if captured. Yeah, I mean, we know that happens. Affirmative action is the word you're looking for. Yeah. Like gender quotas, shit like that. Women shouldn't work if no one can stay with the kids when they're young. Yeah, I definitely think that's one of those. I mean, I was raised off, you know, two parents who worked, and that's just kind of always been ingrained in me. It's like, you know, my mom even flat out fucking sat me and my brother down. It's like, listen, if you start dating, you are not allowed to date a woman that refuses to work. And it's like, yeah, that's just kind of always made sense to me. But there's some people where they want like full-on tradcon, like, no, full-time housewife thing. It's like, I don't really know about that. I don't know. I think I just kind of feel resentful, especially if times got tough, where it's like, hey, you need to get a job too, you know? Because that's just how I've been raised. It's like, no, you both work, you both do it. Thanks for the 14 spoilers. Thank God I'm a fucking weep and I play with Japanese voices, so I get the spoiled less when I'm only hearing the stream. Increased cost of living has basically destroyed the ideal concept of family. Well, yeah, I mean, you have a literal war on the middle class. That's why, once again, they do a lot of shaming tactics, where it's like, landlords are about the only real people that can remain middle class and have upward mobility, and that's why they go to fucking war with landlords and try to talk to them as if they're the worst people on the planet. Because anyone that has upward mobility must be destroyed, because the classes need to be separate. You have the upper class and you have the lower class. Nothing else. Is it even TradCon, though, considering that women always did their own kind of work? Yeah, that is the question. I think people buy into the Leave It to Beaver style thing, where it's like mom's always at home making dinner and shit like that. It's like, that's never really how it's been, though. Even during those times, women would find, like, administrative work. The whole Mad Men thing of, like, oh, we'll hire a woman to do the typing. It's like, I mean, it happened, but there are a lot of women in, like, rural areas that had to work and had to do shit. Now, yeah, you wouldn't get the prestige jobs, like being a fucking doctor or shit like that, but, I mean, it's like, even then, you had female doctors. I think generally, although super rare, it's a plus if you have take a workload off your wife. If not, then, well, fine. If it works, it works. That's kind of how it works. You know, if it works, it works. That's kind of redundancy much. If it works for your relationship, I don't see a reason, you know, why it can't. You know, it's like, hey, I'm just going off what I'm saying. So, like, if you have a girlfriend that's perfectly fine with staying at home, or a wife that's perfectly fine with just raising the kids, like, it works. Women would be cashiers, receptionists, clerks, teachers, nurses, flight attendants, etc. back then. Yeah, exactly. There were a lot of different jobs they could do. Once again, the media perception kind of fucked a lot of people on what life is actually like back then. Not to say that social problems didn't exist, just that it's been so exaggerated, nobody knows what's fucking true anymore. Women in medieval England could own property engaged in contracts. The feminists were 600 years behind. This is the shit Andrew Tate fans talk about. Women stay in the house. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of shit where it's like, that's little dick syndrome, where it's like, oh man, I'm such a man, you know, I need to go back to those old school manly things. Like, dude, all that was bullshit anyway. You know, like, I think Shota still put it best when he said, you don't need a man to tell you how to be a man. And it's like, yeah. I say that as my voice cracked, but you know. Thoughts on the Heavy Metal series of movies and the sequel game FF14? I've only seen the original movie. I didn't really see anything else about it, so it's kind of news to me. Can I stay in the house? No. Sleep outside. Okay, so go up the floor. The idea that women were the only ones that suffered in the past flat out wrong, and I hate participating in the Victim Olympics. Yeah. Well, you know, it's like, people are just people, you know? Yes, you had stories of guys treating women like shit. You had stories of women treating guys like shit. It's just, it's how it's always been. There's millions of people. You'll find every type of story beginning to end. You know, tragedies, comedies, heartfelt shit, sad shit, horror stories. I mean, it's like, that's just the fucking world, dude. You know, that's why I don't take a lot of the, you know, claims seriously of like, no, but the problems we have in modern day are the important ones. Like, no, we're not. It's like, no. Because guess what, motherfucker? They said that 500 years ago, too. It's like... Okay. Seems we're getting the boat experience. We are. And I do like this music. Because like I said, I always like kind of Japanese style. Like old school music, I guess is the right term. Shamisen, like old school instruments, this kind of like flowery stuff. I like it. If a woman wants to be a worker, then good on her, but if she's preg, at least take some days off unless the job can be worked from home. Yeah. Well, I mean, that just comes down to basic common sense, where it's like, hey, why are you putting your career over the fact that you have a kid inside you? It's like, are you really that selfish? It's about your fucking ego. That's all it amounts to. It's your ego. It's like, how dare you make me look non-productive? It's like, dude, you're fucking miserable if that's what you think. Oh, he's a dirty weeb. He likes the Nippon music. It's good music. Heaven's Official Blessing is a great Chinese OST. I don't need a man to tell me how to be a man. Instead, just look at muscular men in anime and manga in a totally not homosexual way. There you go. And listen, I'm fully willing to admit I'm not exactly the pinnacle of masculinity myself. It's just the fact of, like, the people that chase after the Andrew Tate shit, it's insecurity. You know, they're not sure of, like, how to be a man. You know, they're not sure if culture would allow them to be. They don't really know how to be, so they latch onto a masculine figure that wants to tell them what to do. You know? I don't even think it's anything where, like, people get so fucking dramatic about it and they say shit like national crisis. It's really not. I mean, it's like, this has been going on for God knows how long. I repeat, people want to find a chance to belong. They want to find a group that will accept them and like them. So, the big thing is don't be a fucking douche. Andrew Tate's the most childish picture of a man you can follow. Yeah, he's a fucking scam artist and he's a fucking, like, rapist, sex trafficker. Just depressing. I wouldn't really call it depressing. As stated, the problems we've been having have been problems for fucking centuries. That's one of the reasons I'm not really, like, bitter about it. I'm just like, whatever. Not even an apathetic way. It's just more the fact of, like, you can't let shit get like this get to you and make you act like the world's ending, because that's what they want. They want you to feel like the world's ending and you're powerless and you can't do anything. You know, take some lessons from our wise sage and savior, the dude Lebowski. The dude abides. All right, I'm actually gonna call it here because it is almost 3:30 in the morning. So I'm gonna swap back over. There we go. Now I'm gonna log out here. I am happy I got to the big Japanese city. I like it. Is there any evidence of Tate's trafficking? Multiple women have flat out said that's what happened. He flat out said that's what happened. He moved to Romania, which infamously has sex trafficking as a major crime over there. Ugh. Yeah, I got pinged with the fucking the fucking Ren and Stimpy fucking Tate edit. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I was trying to load some GIFs off Discord, so I think that was a little too much for the Wi-Fi. Yeah. Can't go loading those GIFs off Discord. You know, be a little too powerful for that. A little too strong for you know, my fucking, you know, business level Wi-Fi. Of course, I really shouldn't be using Wi-Fi. I need to find a way to, like, wire connect some shit. But then I have to find a way to, like, link it all together. Pain in the ass, pain in the ass. I shall figure it out. I shall figure it out. Alright. As Bundagoon once said, it's fine to poke your head in the abyss, but you have to remember to pull yourself out. Yeah, exactly. It's like, don't get black-pilled because being black-pilled is too easy. Ugh, no, Lolly, I still haven't finished lifting weights and everything else to watch in the background. There's probably Pippa VODs you can listen to. It's okay. It's okay. The Matrix will break your legs if you don't buy $5 coffee, yeah. Bro, Verizon can't handle that shit. Yeah. Also, I think Tate got involved with the Romanian mob, which put him on the police's radar. Yeah, shit like that. Discord gifts are seriously taxing. Yeah. Let's buy a Wi-Fi mesh. Something like that. I think I can find a way to... Yeah, I should be able to find a way to get my modem down here so I can just do a wire connection. But the problem is I don't want to inconvenience everyone else in my family because they also like to use the Wi-Fi show. You know. Don't go full doomer. Yeah, don't do that. It's just not fun. It's just not fun. It's like, what's the point of being angry about everything all the time? I mean, I used to be, you know, fucking angry about shit, you know, when I was a teenager, you know, super into politics, you know, watching everything update, and now I'm just kind of like, man, that shit's so fucking, like, miserable, though. It's like, I just want to watch fun stuff and make videos about fun stuff, so. For its history, $10. Honestly, do you think some of your views do help some? Not gonna lie. About being your own person, mostly worried about your own bubble and people that actually matter, some bigger community. Yeah. The Truman Show is a dystopia. You're not supposed to want to live that. You're not supposed to put every single detail of your life on display and on blast, and you're not supposed to be as involved in shit as they want you to. You know, it's perfectly fine to just, you know, take a step back and just kind of have a day to yourself. You know, I know it can be annoying sometimes where I'm not uploading shit for a little bit, and a lot of it's just because, like, you know, I'm taking time to do shit myself. You know, having those days off, being able to enjoy shit, watch a show I like, you know, talk with my friends, talk with my family about shit. You know, it's good to live in the real world. You know, remember that you are not important in the sense of you are famous on the internet. You have that luxury of being able to unplug that and go, hey, I'm just a normal dude, you know, which is very helpful. I know I said not important, and that sounds very bitter and doomy, but it's like, it's really not. No, it's the exact opposite. You know, being able to be like, hey, I don't have people watching me all the fucking time and I have to worry about being recognized on the street. No, you don't have to worry about that. Translation, lazy. Yee. You're not supposed to feel like you're isolated and everyone isn't telling you something. I mean, I wouldn't really call it isolation. Just remember, Tate literally admitted he started his camgirl business because he owed a ton of money to gangsters. Yeah. Life is life. Unpredictable and stressful. Depending on how it looks, sometimes nice than you think. Yeah. C'est la vie. Anonymity helps a lot. Yeah. I like to think that even if I got outed or what have you, I'm not important enough to be like, no one's going to be like, oh shit, you're that guy. It's like, no, I have the luxury of being like, I can just not look at Twitter. Not uploading a bit. Ha ha ha. As a content creator, cannot complain about anyone else's upload schedule. My stuff is fucking fucked harder than Mila Khalifa and twice as bitchy. Oh. I don't want to be important. That sounds annoying. Exactly. You don't have to save the world if you don't want to. Would you want to be the main character of life? Exactly. That sounds like it's awful. You know, I'm building my own little nest egg. You know, I open my investment account and I put like $600 in. I'll put a few $100s in every now and then. You know, and that'll build up a nice little plumpy thing. You ever tell your parents about the YouTube channel? No. I meant to, but I just didn't. And then ever since, it's just been like, there's not much of a reason to mention it. When is Shota gonna post? He is like fully on board the real life grind. I mean, he does streams with me, but that's about as far in as he gets, because he's just like, dude, I ain't got time for that. And it's like, yeah, you know, he has other shit. You said you would when you went on the plane in Japan. Yeah, and then my phone died because I didn't have enough battery, and I'm like, you know what? Nope, that's a sign. That's a sign from God. Don't do it. I think I might recognize your voice if I heard it on the street, but I'd be way too awkward to say anything. Yeah. I do have, like, Dick Bro's brother knows I have a channel in real life, and he is a fan. And he has told friends about it, but, you know. Telling your parents about it's probably a bad idea. Yeah. But, you know, fuck it. Fuck it. Alright. I think I'm going to call it here. Shota Japanese? No. He's native. Yeah, I'm going to call it here. It's, you know. I'm getting sleepy. I'm gonna read some more manga. Some more City Hunter. And yeah, it's going to be great. Are you going to buy Armor Core? Oh, hell yeah. It's going to be fucking great. But yeah, I'll see you all on Saturday. It's fucking good. Fucking good. And yeah, we're more than likely going to do Armor Core 6, because that's going to be fucking cool. And like of course the fucking Wi-Fi wants to die as soon as I'm calling it. As soon as I'm calling it, it wants to die. Alright. So, see you guys.